In order to be a part of my live shows, you're going to have to go to the front of my YouTube channel. Look in upcoming live streams or shows that are coming along. You should see 1 or 2 shows that are set up at the moment. Sometimes there'll be 3 or 4. Once you see that, you click on the show that you want to be a part of, look at the date and time on it. Once you click, you're going to see the broadcast window with the show. And it's going to have a notification, the date and time, and if you look over in the comments, you're going to see the public link. Now, if you click the public link, you're going to enter into the show, and it's going to ask you to set up your microphone and webcam. Now, you don't have to use your webcam. You can simply click the button that has a camera icon, turn it off, and make sure you mute your microphone when you do come on the show so you're not bringing reverb and feedback and noise effects on other people while they're chatting. It's the considerate thing to do. Also, if you want to support my work, my content, you can do so by going into the links in my description and using Cash App, PayPal, or you can buy some t-shirts or many products I have in my merchandise store. I use Rumble video sharing. That's where myself as well as many friends hang out. We upload videos, and we also do copies of my live streams that go to YouTube as well as Rumble. Unfortunately, YouTube gives us a lot of trouble, and we have to sometimes edit our videos and our shows and all that, but the full versions can always be found on Rumble as well as my radio station. In case in the future YouTube were to remove me as well as many other YouTubers out there, you can find us on Rumble, and you'll also find me on my international radio station. And my radio is pretty cool. I have over 1,000 episodes, solo work, me talking about many different topics, as well as the live streams. Anything that I do on YouTube or on someone else's podcast or my own will always be found on the radio. ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane, and you are watching and listening to the Brett Keane Show. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Let's put old handsome Kent Hovind over there on the main screen. How you doing there, Kent? And we've got Mr. Lucifer, also known as my co-host. Kent, how's your day been? All you got to do is unmute the mic and tell us about it.
I was as busy as a one-arm paper hanger in a hurricane, brother. It was people coming for tours all the time. Still haven't had supper yet. Oh, well, life's rough and then you die. No, it's been good. I did a lot of research on Mr. Lucifer here and his program that he pushes, and I think got some interesting stuff I found. I'd like to share it tonight, so I think this ought to be good. We're trying to get him converted to the Lord tonight on screen.
Well, we do like to plug.
Sorry, Kent, not going to happen.
So, Lucifer, how's your day been?
No, it's been doing pretty good. Been doing pretty good. I had to unplug a sink drain today.
Oh, that's rough, man. I can't do any kind of work, and I can't cook either. I burn ramen noodle. So, guys, do me a favor real quick. If you got any books or CDs or YouTube channels or Rumbles, tell me about it. Tell the world about it.
Go ahead, Lucifer.
Oh, I was going to let you go first. All right. For those of you interested, my name is Lucifer LeGivorden. I am the High Priest of the Satanic Thulian Society. I am also the founder. So one of the things that you can do is, if you're interested in what we have to do, if you're watching this on one of my channels, you can actually go down to the comments or the description down below on either my YouTube channel or on my Rumble channel. And you can find links to the STS website, the official Cult of Cthulhu. You can also find links to where you can buy my book or even the latest issue of the Cloven Hoof magazine, which I have right here. You can find us all over the place. We are a theistic satanic organization. We follow the teachings of Anton LaVey as they were properly intended to be taught. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, Kent, you got some stuff for us, man?
Well, yeah, I was reading a little bit about Mr. Lucifer here's history and what brought him in. He was dead, according to Flatline, for 20 minutes when he was 7 or 8 years old. And this probably profoundly influenced him. Somebody asked him, said, I want to make a deal with the devil. Where do I start? He answered, I'm going to be cut and dry. Such an idiotic question is not going to get you anywhere. I've been a Satanist 15 years and an occultist for 30. The first rule of thumb is educate yourself before asking public questions. I run the satanic.
I've been a Satanist for about 18 years now.
Well, this was a year ago when your comment was made. I'm just reading a comment that's okay. Anyway, written numerous books on the subject. Satanism will not make you rich or famous or solve your personal issues. Only you can do that. Well, good point. Okay. Satanism is a religion, as is Luciferianism, some other ones here. A host of variants of Satanism. So I would like to make you aware, Lucifer, that someday they commanded them not to speak in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, okay? And this is known to all the Jews and Greeks dwelling at Ephesus, and fear fell on them, and the name of the Lord Jesus was magnified. So let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. I unashamedly take the position that Jesus Christ was God himself in the flesh. And at his name, every knee shall bow. God has highly exalted him, given him a name above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow. Satan is going to bow. You are going to bow to Jesus Christ one day. Whether you believe it or not, it's going to happen. And the Thulian Society really is the foundation from a lot of people that ended up with Hitler's movement. Okay, the German Society, Munich, started in by a guy in 18. He styled himself to be Rudolf von something or other. It was an anti-Semitic society that links with Adolf Hitler through the German Workers' Party. A central figure, Dietrich Eckart, also played prominent part in the committee of the Workers' Party, German Workers' Party, became one of the 7 founding members of the Nazi Party. So last time we kind of denied that, but there is a strong link between the Thulian Society, which you are proudly part of, and the Nazis, just so you're aware, that's fine. The Thulean Satanic Society, Satanic Thulean Society. You said we're the only 100% fully theistic LaVeyan satanic organization after Anton LaVey. So I did quite a bit of research on Anton LaVey today to find out who is this guy. He wrote the Satanic Bible, or claims he wrote it. It's actually mostly plagiarized from a bunch of other sources. It's not a Bible at all. It's a book that he wrote and called it the Satanic Bible. It's a joke, in my humble, totally unbiased opinion. LaVey said, "Blessed are the destroyers of false hope. They are the true messiahs." Okay, I'm going to destroy your false hope tonight in Satan. He's a loser. I read the last chapter. He loses, okay? He's going to hell. I'd like to get you out of that cult. That's a dumb idea to follow a loser like that. Anyway, go ahead. Brett, start off. Who goes first? What do you want to do?
Well, I was going to first let people know out in the comments, we always try to keep things respectful and decent. No personal attacks towards Kent or Mr. Lucifer. Everybody's here voluntarily to have a discussion about evolution. Nobody's hostile, so don't expect baseball bats and chainsaws, as exciting as that would be. So, with that being said, Kent, you didn't promote your CDs or any of the stuff. Are you wanting to do that before we go?
Well, sure. We've produced a lot of videos and DVDs on numerous topics on creation, evolution. My seminar series is by far the best seller and most popular. It's 18 hours teaching on science and the Bible, how the Bible shows and how science shows the earth is not billions of years old. Dinosaurs lived with man all through history. They called them dragons or some other name. That's video 3. People used to live to be 900 years old, according to the Bible and according to many legends called the Golden Age, okay? And so we cover all that. I talk fast. I use a lot of visuals, 18 hours, $50 for the whole thing. You can get it on drdino.com, our website, DRDINO, or call 855-BIG-DINO and hit a button. Somebody will answer. Number 3, I'll answer, but I won't know anything about what's going on. So talk to number 1, the secretary. She'll know what's going on. Or if you want to come spend the night at one of our cabins, it's all free. We're in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down. They hit but extension 4, right? If you want, no, 5 if you want a cabin. 5, okay. If you want one of the cabins, we'll put you up for the night and stay here too long, we'll put you to work. Okay.
All right. So, folks, here we go. What I'm going to do is I'll start off with a couple questions just to get things kind of going, get the ball rolling. Okay, so Kent, as well as Lucifer, are you aware that according to science websites, because of their new telescope they have, they are now claiming that the universe is now quadruple the age that it originally was stated at 14 to 16 billion years old. They're now saying 30 billion years old, and they plan on changing the age of the Earth to 4.5 billion years to almost 15. What is you guys' thoughts on that before we get into the debate?
Why does that bother me?
I was just curious what you thought about it, whether it bothers you guys or not, or you think it's hogwash. Just wanting your opinion.
In all honesty, from a satanic perspective, it really doesn't matter. We are here and now in the presence. I mean, one of my biggest questions to most creationists is, why should I care? Why should I care? You're trying to prove a point out of a book that I don't follow. Why should I care?
All right, fair enough. Kent, do you have an opinion on it?
Well, it's predictable. They always add more time. See, time is the pacifier that keeps the atheists and evolutionists happy. If you say, how on earth can an amoeba turn to a human? They will say, given enough time. If you can take away time, they cry like a baby with no pacifier. And so it's predictable they're going to add more time. So now it's up, quadrupled what it was. In a couple of years, they'll realize, well, that ain't enough. They'll double it again, okay? This whole thing is absolutely stupid. It's pretty easy to demonstrate this whole universe cannot be billions of years old. Every Friday night on our channels, I'm on like 8 or 10 different channels. You can get them all on drdino.com. Go to Genesis Baptist Church on YouTube. Every Friday night, normally, except for tonight, I cover another scientific proof the earth is not billions of years old. So here's why you should care. If the earth is indeed only 6,000 years old, like lots of evidence points to it being only 6,000 years old, that would be another indicator that the Bible is correct. And I know you claim you don't believe this book and you don't think it's going to influence you. It's going to influence everything you've ever thought about for the rest of your eternity, whether you like it or not.
I'm going to correct you right there. It has already influenced me. I was raised Southern Baptist. I was a devout Baptist. I was a devout Christian. I used to go to church 3 times a week or more. I would take myself to church when my own parents didn't go to church.
And this is when you were 7 years old?
That was after my dog bite incident. Yeah. All the way up until I was 12. When I was 12, I lost my faith.
All right. Well, we'll help you find it again.
I was virtually a child minister. And then later on, when I was much older, I was one of the few who actually was about ready to get a scholarship to go study seminary in Vatican.
Okay. Well, I believe the scientific, you mentioned about why should I care what a book says? The scientific evidence says the earth is not billions of years old. Man had to be designed. There has to be a creator. Now, whether you want it to be Lucifer or somebody else, that's up to you. But there is a designer. One cell in a human body is more complex than the whole internet system of the world. And one cell in your body, if you took the DNA and unwound each chromosome and tied them together, one cell's DNA would be 6 feet long. And if you took all 100 trillion cells in one person, tied the DNA code together, stretched it out, it would go across the solar system twice. The scientific evidence is there was a really smart designer. And I think it was God himself who designed man.
Well, even Satanism has its own designer. We acknowledge that there is a designer, Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, also called Sekel, or Sekala, or any number of names, the Aten. We admit that, yes, there is a designer, and it is technically the Christian God. We don't say anything that there isn't one. So I don't know what you're trying to prove there to me, because I'm already on the same page as you. And that's what I'm trying to say there is,
okay.
I know the DNA strands. You know, when you look into Setianism, I don't know if you've looked at Setianism. One of the sigils for Setianism is actually the DNA helix. So we're already thinking along the same lines. You don't have to try to prove anything DNA-wise or something like that to me. My question to you is, though, is that image does not correlate to us, by the way. That's the satanic temple.
Satanic marriages, you don't do that?
Oh, we do, but we don't use certificates like that. We use a court document.
Oh, okay. I just found some interesting stuff. I haven't really studied Satanism in my life like I probably should have, and I have more important things to study. But I just thought it was interesting.
Well, I mean, you know, why would you study my religion? You don't encounter us very often, and
True.
You know, it's not like you're sitting here having to defend yourself against us, whereas most Satanists or even pagans or Wiccans are usually left having to defend ourselves against Christians. So naturally, we study Christian literature quite heavily.
Right.
You know, well, you're not in the same position as I would be in.
I was enlightened that a lot of the satanic Bible stuff is from socialist Darwin writings, like the book Might is Right. A lot of stuff was copied directly from there. The Satanic Temple. Let's see.
Don't bring up the Satanic Temple with me. I will chew them apart. They are not Satanists. They have nothing to do with us. They're left-wing nut jobs who are trying to undermine our country. They do not represent Satanism. They do not represent our religion at all.
Okay, so do the Satanists argue as much as Christians argue between their denominations? That'd be interesting.
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay.
It's sometimes you're sitting here and going like, why even bother with when there's so much infighting? And we look at, you know, I'll even say when Satanists look at Christianity, we're like, well, they can all get along. They can all agree on the same thing. And then, you know, somebody like me who's been on the other side of the field, I know some of my clergy is in the comment section right now, who's also been in the Christian clergy before. They'll sit there and be like, no, the Christian denominations are all bickering and fighting just as much as we do. So, yeah, I get you there.
All right. So the thing that I'm going to get us started on is we're going to start from the beginning here. Now, as most of you've heard, the difference between Mr. Lucifer and the other satanic groups is he's actually theistic, believes in the supernatural, believes in concepts of God and all this, as well as an actual devil, as where these other groups you mentioned, Kent, they are not theistic, they're atheists who label themselves atheistic Satanists. Now, the question is, we know, Kent, that you believe in a creation, an origin story where God creates man. Let's start with you, Lucifer. Is there a creation story, or did we come from something like abiogenesis, which is the start of evolution?
Well, yes, there is a creation story, and yes, biogenesis can also play into it. Most Satanists were not adverse to embracing evolutionism, but we're also very much so happy to embrace, biblical stories, certain ones. We also have our own stories within Satanism, and some of them you can find in the Gnostic texts. Yes, Adam, we call him Yaldabaoth, or the Demiurge. That's the common names for him. Then that's actually part of the Gnostic text. That's getting very popular among Satanists nowadays, is embracing a lot of the Gnostic literature, because the Gnostic literature says that salvation comes from freeing one's own mind. You're not sitting here trying to purge your sins. You're accepting responsibility for your own actions and coming to peace with yourself, and then coming to your own mind and becoming free of it. Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, more oftentimes worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. That is written by Anton LaVey in the 9 Satanic Statements. These statements are found at the beginning of the Satanic Bible, if you're interested in them.
Well, that's where you had said in your bio and stuff, it says you are in the Thulean Society and followers of Anton LaVey. And Anton LaVey, I did research on him. If you're going to be a sinner, be the best sinner on the block. So I guess my question to you, who made the world and the universe? Do you think it was the God of the Bible that made the world?
Well, we have like a couple different creators. Now, the God of the Bible is called Yaldabaoth, and he's what's called a lesser creator. It's a very complicated story, and one that I've actually, admittedly, I haven't really read too much into Gnostic texts. I've read enough to be familiar with the overall concepts, but I couldn't quote you different sections. But Yaldabaoth is a lesser creator, and he's jealous of the Illuminator, or the ultimate creator, which would be the deity of the universe. And the deity of the universe created the universe. I mean, I don't know how to explain it all that well. Yaldabaoth is jealous of this deity, and he wants to create his own pocket universe. So he creates his own pocket universe, and he grabs a whole bunch of souls and he traps them in a clay form, and he starts treating them as slaves. And that's where we come in.
So the God of the Bible is the lesser creator, and the illuminator, it sounds very similar to what the Bible says. Satan is an angel of light. Is that Satan then is the greater creator? So Satan is more important than God.
He's one of three beings, one of three greater divinities that teaches Adam on how to be free. And you can find this in the Apocalypse of Adam, that Adam is talking to Seth and teaching him the history. And part of the Apocalypse of Seth, I was actually reading it earlier today to refresh myself, because the Apocalypse of Seth, someone told me that this is actually the document that was separated at the Council of Nicaea. That was the second alternative ending, that it actually contained that part, that story. So I was researching, and I was like, okay, let's just double check this. And so what the Apocalypse of Adam is Adam is talking to Seth, and he's teaching Seth in the 750th year of his life, his origins. And he states that, God created him and all this other stuff. And then he found out that God wasn't who he was claiming to be, and that him and Eve were fearful and they served God as slaves. And it literally uses that language. You can go research it. It's not a very long text. It's part of the Gnostic text. So yeah, and he goes through, he gives various things, and then at the very bottom, it talks about a group of people who resisted the power, quote unquote. This is what Adam is referring to as being Yaldabaoth or Sekel. Sorry, I had a cat getting sick. He says there is a group of people who resist the power, who will be covered in darkness. And these people will be the illuminated ones. They're the ones who will be blessed after all is said and done and elevated to basically their own godhood status.
All right. In order to repeat myself on this, just to make sure that we have a foundation to go from the start, did we start from abiogenesis? Did some inanimate properties or materials evolve and become sentient, alive? Or was there a creation account, either by God or gods or whatever the case might be? That's where we start.
I'm going to go on record right now and say I am not a biophysicist. I am not a geneticist. I do not have any degrees in that, and I cannot speak on that.
Okay, well, I understood him to say that he believes there was a creator. God of the Bible is the lesser creator, and the illuminated one, which I would take to be Satan, is the greater creator. And those who follow his teachings are the illuminated ones. They're the brights. They're bright enough to know that the God of the Bible isn't true, and Lucifer really is going to win in the end. So they're following what they think is going to be the winner. And if they are enlightened by the enlightened one, Satan, the angel of light, then they get to go to whatever happens when they die. What does happen when you die?
Well, that's actually a really good question. We do have a belief in hell. It's not something that we talk about. Most Satanists don't know what happens when they die. I'm probably one of the few who actually, has been dead and can speak on it to a degree. We go to hell. Happily so. Hell is not what most people think of it. It is an underworld. It would be what the Greek underworld would have been described as. There are places in hell that you don't want to go, such as Tartarus, which is the lowest depths of hell. We do believe that hell was reshaped from the Greek and Roman underworlds during the fall. We believe that there was a large battle fought that shook the cosmos to such a degree that it reshaped the underworld into the pit of hell. And therefore you get your 9 circles or layers of hell. We believe that there are certain sections, the upper layers, that are more pleasant, or they can sometimes be rough to be in. And then we believe that the ultimate lower levels is where the prisons are for those people who just can't get past themselves, or they've done something really bad.
Yeah, what would cause someone in your theology to go to the lowest part of hell? What do you mean? How do you define good and bad? What makes somebody go to the lowest?
Generally speaking, it's not very often that a person would go to that section of hell. I'm not even sure on what would consummate enough bad going to that degree. I would say, on a personal level, if you've garnered to yourself enough negative karma or negative energy through your actions on earth, and you're just overall just a complete douchebag for whatever reason, you're killing, raping, murdering, doing all sorts of things that just generally were malicious, then yeah, you might end up going down that way. But for the most part, what causes you trouble in hell is not so much demons poking at you because you had an affair or whatnot. It's your own guilts, your own personal hangups. This is one of the things that a lot of people tend to forget with Satanists is we don't need other people's forgiveness. We don't want other people's forgiveness because we have to come to terms with our own problems ourselves. We have to come to be accepting of ourselves, of our problems, and what we do. We call them the I keep on forgetting this word. Basically, it is our own condemnations. That's what it is. It's our own personal condemnations. So if you die or you've lived your life in a state of constant anger, you're always angry at everybody or over stupid little things, and that's going to be tenfold, 100-fold in the afterlife. Forgive the lapping sound. That's my dog drinking. If you die in a state of extreme grief, like if you commit suicide, for example, you're going to be weighed down by your own grief. You need to come to terms with your own problems and how that in order to move on. No one's going to be sitting there poking you in the ass with a pitchfork or setting matches on fire between your toes. You're not going to be languishing in any lake fire. You're going to be causing your own problems, your own griefs, and you have to come to terms with them. Once you do, you can move on.
So
All right,
if you go
ahead there,
hang on. If a person goes to hell, they can then be good and work their way up in hell to these different levels. Is that your theology?
That's sort of Christianizing it. No. Yes and no. You work your way up by coming to terms with your own problems. You have to be at peace with your own self. So, okay, here's a good example. Years ago, I personally lost my daughter, and it was due to my own inactions. I ended up doing some time in jail over it, and I haven't seen her in years. I've had to come to terms with my own inactions and my own actions to be at peace with myself. Will I ever see her again one day? Yeah, I hope so. But if I don't, then I'm not going to dwell on it, and I'm going to come to my own terms and forgive myself for my actions and try to do better with my son so I don't repeat the same mistakes.
Okay,
does that make sense to you?
Yeah. You mentioned things like worse and better quite often here tonight. Where's your ruler? How do you measure? What Anton LaVey said, if you're going to be a sinner, be the best sinner on the block. Did Anton LaVey go to hell? I mean, apparently he wanted to be a sinner. How do you guys define
he's in hell.
Is he being punished in hell?
Nope.
He's having a good time. He's having a good time in hell.
He's living his life. He's being in his happiest life. And yes, I'm one of those people who have astral projected. I have trained myself to do that. I have my own personal beliefs, and I've written about them in my books where I've had my own personal encounters with the spirit of Anton LaVey, as well as Michael Aquino and a few others. And yeah. So yes, Anton LaVey is in hell. He's not in heaven. He never repented on his deathbed. He was intubated. He couldn't say anything, and he was in a coma. He's in hell, and he's happy for it.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been there.
Oh, okay. So when the dog bit you when you were 7 years old, you went to hell for 20 minutes? Is that it?
I went to the underworld. I went to the afterlife. I saw some of this stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm always curious how a person who believes in evolution can determine right and wrong. I mean, what exactly is right and wrong? Where's the standard? I've got a book that tells me thou shalt not commit adultery. Okay. Is it okay for a Satanist to commit adultery?
We have no rules against it, but I wouldn't, I've been a victim of adultery. My wife, she walked out on me and my daughter to go be with a teenage boy. Do you think I'm going to be a very big fan of adultery on a personal level? No. I've seen the damage it can actually do. I've seen the damage it can do to entire families. Would I say that that's a good thing? No. What I would say is use your best judgment. We in Satanism, and you pulled up some of our different lists of personal commands and whatnot, the 9 satanic sins, the 11 satanic rules of the earth, and the 9 satanic statements.
Let me get those up for you here. The 9 satanic statements, this right here?
Yes, that's the very first one. If you give me a second here, I can pull it up in my book so I don't have to try to squint at your screen there. And so we can go over them together there.
Yeah, I should have blown up the whole thing where you can read it more here, but I only blew up this.
It's fine. I got it right here. I actually got it right here. So the first statement says Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. What does this basically mean? It basically means live your best life. Oh, that's good. Live your best life and indulge. Don't try to restrain yourself too much. Actually, a really cute children's book that goes over many of these statements. Each story in the book is a lesson on how these statements are supposed to be taken. Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. Well, for most part, many Satanists don't know what happens in the afterlife, so they choose not to focus on it. Instead, they choose to focus on the here and now. Satan is the god of the flesh, after all. Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. Now, this is one of the more philosophical ones in these ones. Undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. Hypocritical self-deceit we define as lying to yourself about yourself. You say that you're not going to be a certain way, such as, you have a gay guy who's, sitting there trying to pretend that he's straight, and yet he's got these predilections. Well, for us, we'll sit there, we'll talk to ourselves. We will literally self-analyze ourselves, and we will be completely honest for the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so we will get to know ourselves. This is undefiled wisdom, okay? So we're not going to listen to any outside criticisms of ourselves. We're just going to criticize ourselves and find our own personal truths, whether we like it or not. So Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates. I'm pretty sure you could agree with that, Kent. You get somebody who's just going to sit there and belittle you constantly. Are you really going to want to give them your time of day, or let alone half of your life?
So you're saying what Anton LaVey said here is Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it, but don't waste love on other people, right? Whereas Jesus would say, love everyone, right?
Yeah. And here's the next one. You're going to like this. Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. Now, in the Satanic Bible, there is actually a statement that follows along with that. And Jesus said that should a man smite you on one cheek, give him your other. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. In Satanism, we say, should a man smite you on one cheek, smash him in his other. Kick him hip and thigh. Give doom for doom, blow for blow, scorn for scorn. And when he goes his way, he shall have much new wisdom to ruminate over.
Okay.
Basically, we stand up for ourselves. We don't just sit there and act like a dog that rolls on its back when kicked.
Well, right. So Satanism is, in many aspects here, the exact opposite of Christianity. Is that a reasonable thing to say?
In a lot of ways, yes. In a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways, you'd find it very parallel, too. It's very interesting because a lot of Christians nowadays are conservatives. Well, they would be very surprised to find that we're conservatives, too. Unlike the Satanic Temple or the recent Church of Satan. Let's not even go there. Satanists in Anton LaVey's time were very conservative. We don't believe in abortion. We don't support that. We think it's an abomination. Most of us are Republicans. We're right-wingers. And, generally, we believe in not going out and bothering people. And we believe that if a person tries to bother us, we ask them to stop. If they don't stop, well, that's when things get fun.
All right. Well, Brett, I think we got a lot of questions coming in. I'd like to hear his answer to somebody else's questions. If you got anything there.
All right.
All right. I mean, originally the discussion, and I think it's great what you guys have been talking about, but we were supposed to kind of direct our discussion towards evolution. And I guess one of the things I'm a little miffed about here is that did we actually come from some kind of inanimate object? Atheists believe we came from rocks, some juice came out of it, some snot got hit by lightning, it became alive. So did animals actually become other kinds of animals as evolution talks about, or are we is evolution goal oriented? Let's go with that. Is evolution goal oriented?
I would say, I'm an evolutionist. That's just my personal belief. What do I have to back that up? It's just my belief. It's how I was raised.
All right. So you both realize after having conversations with evolutionists, they usually believe some kind of random, chaotic material and properties came together and formed this, and creatures change after time after time. Magic is time for them. So is this goal oriented? Is the gods behind this, according to you, Lucifer, is what I'm getting at?
Well, if we listen to Gnosticism, then we would say Yaldabaoth did it. But we could also look into other aspects of Satanism, such as Cthulhianism. As I said before, Cthulhianism is an element of Satanism. Most of the time we use it as our end times story, but in Lovecraft's literature, he has a creation story where humans were created by elder things, by what we would call elder gods, which would be aliens that we just don't understand. They're beyond our understanding. Could that be possible? I don't see why not. And if that's the case, then wouldn't that sort of fit in with Brett's theories as well?
All right. So, Lucifer, one of the reasons why I'm putting this out there, and I hope this isn't confusing for folks, but you and Kent are similar in that you believe in the concept of God and the devil, right? It's just you have some different ideas on how he's represented. The issue is here, did God create us fully man and woman, or did we evolve out of some mud or some kind of pond is what I'm getting at.
Like I said before, Brett, I don't know. I'm not a time traveler. I didn't go back in time in my DeLorean to go see the creation of man or the creation of life on Earth. All I know is that we're here now. We had to have a point of origin, whether that's evolution or creationist. I am not qualified to say. I have my personal beliefs, and that's where I'm going to stick. I'm not going to force them on other people.
Well, let's go this route then. Oof. Ooh, boy, oh boy. How does evolution play a part in also your theology?
Well, evolution, as part of everything, is most Satanists were Darwinists. And Kent pointed that out. We're Darwinists, social Darwinists, but we're also, a lot of us are very evolution based. And that's mostly because most Satanists, especially nowadays, have no understanding of the spiritual concepts. I'm not going to sit here and say that evolution is wrong. I'm not going to say it's right. But what I will say is that the Earth is definitely far older than 6,000 years old. And I'm not going to say that a flood separated and organized all the bones by weight class into different layers. Simply put, when we look at that, that would mean all the layers would have had to dry at the same time. I have not seen anything that proves that or disproves that. So,
all right. Well, I love you both, but I'm going to try one more thing. And if this doesn't work for you both, then I'm going to just let you guys do what you want to do on this. Did we come from primates? Are we some form of monkey that turned into the sophisticated, somewhat man that we are now?
I'm going to let Kent go first on this one. I'm going to let him have some fun.
Absolutely not. We were created in God's image, and it wasn't Lucifer. Lucifer's the loser. He's going to lose in the end. He did not create anything. He saw God create things and wants to take credit for it, and he made up some dumb books like the Satanic Bible to get people to believe in it. But no, Lucifer's the loser. He's going to be cast into hell. We were made in God's image. We have descended. We have degenerated from that into our modern society today. Man has not evolved and improved from apes up to humans. No, exact opposites happen. Some are acting like apes now, but no, we were made in God's image. Okay.
Yes, apes did develop into a humanoid primate, but I think I've made this point very clear. Homo sapien and Neanderthals were living at the same time. However, we have a clear-cut. Oh, Kent, I'm getting an echo from you.
Yeah, we got to mute our mics when the other person's talking, or we're going to have all that problems. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. We have a clear-cut evolutionary ladder up until Neanderthal man. However, we do not have an evolutionary ladder to Homo sapien, our species of human. Our species of human popped up out of nowhere. Where's the missing link? At what point did the apes separate and start developing into us? We don't have that. We don't even have anything that states that we developed from Neanderthal man. As a matter of fact, there is scientific evidence, actually overwhelming scientific evidence, that states that we were present at the exact same time as Neanderthal man, and that, you know, we were even possibly interbreeding with them. How is this possible? Where did we come from? Forgive the cat noises. My cats are about to fight. So, no, yes and no. Yes, humanoids developed from apes, but where did we come from? We seem to pop up out of nowhere. You know, Kent's bringing up some good pictures here. Can we see? Can you find a picture, Kent, of Neanderthal man's head compared to Homo sapien head? Yeah, something like that. How do we get from one to the other?
Unfortunately, I muted.
Okay. Okay. The same designer made the apes and the humans, but there are thousands and thousands of differences. The fact that there are some similarities proves the same designer, no relationship. Nobody's ever seen an ape produce a non-ape baby, or a monkey produce a non-monkey, or a gorilla produce a non-gorilla, or a human produce a non-human. The whole evolutionary sequence is pure imagination. It doesn't happen in nature. It's a pipe dream. Somebody smoking marijuana and made up these charts about, oh, it's coming from an amoeba or something like that. It's real stupid. Tell them I said so. There is no evidence at all of any animal ever producing something other than their same kind. But they make these dumb family trees. Here, I'll show you one here. Here they've got here we go, up at the top. That's box right there. All the humans evolving from an ape-like ancestor. This is in a public school textbook that kids have to learn from. I believe all the butterflies probably had a common ancestor, but that does not prove butterflies had a common ancestor with frogs and fish. So these family trees are pure baloney. They're pure imagination. I think it's criminal to teach that to children at taxpayer expense. If some person wishes to believe a protozoa turned to a human, they can have all the beliefs they want. I don't care. But it shouldn't be tax funded to teach that to the kids. So I think evolution, as I've said many times, is the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the world. It's nothing but a religion. We've never seen an ape produce a non-ape or a gorilla produce a non-gorilla. It's just simply imagination. And they're welcome to believe that.
Can I stop you for a quick second? Sorry, I don't mean to stop your roll. This seems to be something that you and I would actually be able to agree on. Am I correct in stating that there is nothing in the fossil record that shows where Homo sapiens diverged from Neanderthal man?
I would go further than that, say there's no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils, trillions of them. All fossils indicate is they died. When you find a fossil in the ground, all you could prove is it died. You could not prove it had any children, or certainly any different children. All we know is this clam died, okay? I don't know if it had any children or not. So, and we certainly don't see anything today alive producing offspring that are different than their own kind. Humans make baby humans every single time. So
Okay,
this whole idea of a family tree is imagination.
Well, whether you believe in the family trees is your choice, but am I in a simple yes or no answer, nothing added to it, is my assessment correct?
There is no evidence of apes turning into humans or humans coming from apes via fossils or any other method. We know there are thousands of DNA differences. So if I get your question exactly, I don't want to be locked into a yes or no answer without a qualifier. But there is no evidence in fossils that have been found of any animal turning into something else. None.
Okay. So that would actually be, I am correct on that. And that's something that we can agree on. Kent wants to go further into details on it. That's fine. But there is no records showing where Homo sapien split off from the rest of the monkey family into what we are now. So in that, we have something going on here. That would lead to creationists. Where in the history of the earth does that happen? That's debatable. Kent wants to say that the earth is, 6,000, 8,000 years old? Can you correct me here, Kent?
Yeah, 6,000. That's what the Bible dates add up to.
Okay, thank you. He wants to say that it's 6,000 years old. I believe that the earth is much older than that, and that humankind has only been around for maybe about a million years or so. Not even 130,000 years, probably. That's a pretty small amount of time frame when you look at the entire age of the planet. And that's about the only time that I want to give a shit about the age of the planet.
Right. On my video series, I show lots of scientific ways to show this whole planet cannot be billions of years old. For example, the Earth is spinning, but it slows down every day. Excuse me. They know why. Tidal frictions, Coriolis effect, etc. The prevailing wind patterns, the lunar drag. We know the Earth is slowing down. There's no question. They know it is. And you cannot keep slowing down for billions of years until you stop. And if you go back billions of years, the Earth would have been spinning so fast, no life could be here from lots of reasons. So the spinning, I cover it every Friday night on the Genesis Baptist Church channel, each one a different topic of how to prove the Earth simply can't be billions of years old. The moon goes around the Earth, but the moon's getting further away. They know that. It's leaving us about 1.5 inches a year. All the people who studied this said the lunar problem is you go back, bring the moon in closer, 1.4 billion years ago, the orbits snapped together. It is simply not.
Do you need to drink water there, Brett? Or
no, I need to quit. I've been talking too much this week. My throat's killing me.
I hear you.
Kent, you want to get you some water real quick or something to drink?
No, I've got water here. I got water. I'm drinking it. But my video number 1 of my series you can get on Genesis Baptist Church goes through about 30 different scientific indicators. The Earth cannot be billions of years old. Forget the Bible. It can't be scientifically for simple reasons that are covered on video number 1.
All right.
Yeah.
While Kent's trying to get his coughing under control, let's give him a break and whatnot, because the poor man looks like he's about ready to die there.
All right.
I'm sorry, I got a rib on you there, Kent.
Well, but hopefully I'll get him some tea or something. But go ahead.
Yeah. I just finished off my coffee.
Yeah, Brett, it's been an hour, and I've really had a long day. I think we've both clearly expounded our positions. I think I disagree with him. He disagrees with me. He thinks Lucifer is the great creator. I think Lucifer is the loser. And I think he's going to bow before Jesus Christ one day. Even Lucifer is going to bow before Jesus Christ. He's going to be cast into hell, and it ain't a party down there at all. It's called the lake of fire.
Well, let's wrap it off with me asking Kent one final question. Okay. Does that sound fair to you, Kent?
Sure.
Okay. Now you say Satan's going to be the loser. Okay. That I'm going to go to hell and it's not a party down there. What would happen? Say you're right. Say hell is not a nice place. And whether I go down there or not is completely regardless. What if, let's say, what happens if you've done something in we were mentioning how all the different denominations of Satanism and Christianity are always infighting and whatnot, and everybody's saying, "Oh, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong." What would you do if one of the other denominations was right and you were the one that was wrong, and you ended up going to hell? That you were not raptured with the rest of the chosen ones from by God. How would you respond to that? How would you react if you were in that position?
I would then say that God must have lied, because he promised, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. 55 years ago, I said, Lord, I'm a sinner. Would you please forgive me and save me? And something changed inside of me, just like something changed inside of you for whatever experiences you've had. The Bible calls it receiving Jesus Christ. It's like receiving a seed. The seed, when you stick it in the dirt, the seed knows how to make a tree, not the dirt. I'm the dirt. Jesus is the seed. I received him, and he's growing a whole new person inside of me. So I think if it's all wrong and we end up dying, turning back to stardust, I've had a wonderful life. If I had it to do over again, I would do it the same way and serve the Lord. It's not that I don't know any better. I'm willing to listen to your religion and what you believe. I'm willing to listen to any religion. I've studied most of the major denominations. I've wrote a series of books. Why I'm not a Catholic. Why I'm not. I didn't write the book. I've done videos on that, but we have books on that. Why I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I study what they believe. I say, okay, I can't be that. Why I'm not a Calvinist. Why I'm not a Seventh-day Adventist. Why I'm not a Catholic. Why I'm willing to listen to what they believe. Tell me what you believe. Why I'm not a Muslim. I'm not against these other religions. I just want the truth. And I think I found it. I think Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. And he's my savior. So if I end up going to hell, God must have lied.
That's a very interesting statement. I will say that I have never heard a Christian say that God is even capable of lying. Thank you for that. That was very interesting.
Hold it. I did not say he's capable of lying. I said if I end up going to hell, then he would have lied. So I'm not going to hell. I don't believe I am for a second. But I did not say he's capable of lying. The Bible says God cannot lie. Lucifer is the liar. He's the father of lies. And you swallowed him.
Well, that's debatable. But anyways, I know you got to get going, Kent. Thank you for taking your time to speak with me today.
Yeah. Well, come visit Lenox, Alabama. We'll get you converted. You can give you the tour here and have a wonderful time. We'd love to have you. Okay. Apologize, Brett. Thank you so much. And thank you.
Sure you have some hot tea there, Kent. Make sure you get you some hot tea with a lemon.
Brett, do not drink tea. Don't you know about tea? There was an Indian once that drank 4 gallons of iced tea. That night he drowned in his teepee. That stuff's dangerous. All right. Thank you so much. Check out drdino.com, our website, DRDINO. Thank you so much.
Thank you for stopping by there, Kent. Let's go ahead and put him below. Anybody that wants to come in, I'm going to put a link out in the comments. And here we go. Yeah.
That was very interesting, to say the least. To even hint at the concept that God might have lied, I've never heard a Christian even say that. And yes, he did walk that back, because the simple fact that he said, if this doesn't happen, that means God lied. And then he walked it back, and Hovind was like, whoa, I didn't mean it that way. But, I'm going to point out that when we look into Genesis, and that, I know I've gotten this pushback from many Christians before, is God said to Adam, do not eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, for if you do, within that day you shall surely die. And of course, we know that Adam and Eve, they actually ate of the fruit and they didn't die. And there was no indicator. He didn't. I encourage people to pull out their Bible, open up Book of Genesis, look at that section. God didn't say that you shall surely die spiritually. He didn't say you shall surely die in 100 years or 1,000 years. He said within that day. Now we have to assume that God, being the creator of all things, including night and day, would understand the difference between a day and a night, and a year, 100 years, and 1,000 years. He said, within that day, you shall surely die. And that was the first lie. And it's right there in the Bible. If we're to take the Bible as the very writ of God, then right there, God is the father of lies.
Well, folks, I put the link out there if anyone wants to join us and be part of the discussion, and let us know what you think. If you have any questions for Mr. Lucifer, come on in. Now is the time. Oh, looks like we got Darth Ronda.
Darth Ronda.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, hey, while we're waiting for somebody to come in, why don't I quickly go run and get myself another cup of coffee or something?
Yeah, I was hoping you guys were going to touch more on the theological aspect rather than, the script is kind of reserved for the, the evolutionists. So like I said in
I kind of wanted to stay away from the evolution thing because I know that's Kent's thing, and I wanted to. I mean, it went actually pretty well. I enjoyed it, and yeah.
Yeah, because I have a question I think is interesting, because like when the angels rebel, they rebelled in heaven, but heaven is supposed to be this perfect place where there could be no evil, and here's a clear example in quote unquote evil. But like let's say all Christians go to heaven, aren't Christians afraid, or somewhere in the back of their mind wondering, could this revolt happen with them? Because technically humans are supposed to be considered this creation that is which is in less self-control, and the angels somehow couldn't control themselves and started lusting after human females, especially, it's clearly they lust after God's creation because it is perfect. I mean, you look at the female bottom, all men, even angels, lusted after it. It's an amazing creation.
The Grigori mated with the daughters of man. No bones about it. I mean, they like that apple bottom.
Exactly, for a reason. It wasn't because they had a great personality. It's because of their looks. It's I mean, because if you ask a creationist, what is the definition of creationism? It is defined as the work of beauty. And then the human body is the perfect beauty, because it is referenced.
Well, some human bodies. I know.
Yes,
I know mine's not. I'm sorry. In my middle age, I've kind of gotten the middle age spread and working out. I should probably hit the gym more.
Yeah, in Platonic idea, it's just same as the perfect circle. No perfect circle exists, but we're referencing this idea of perfection.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually quite true. Hey, can I go ahead and take my leave really quickly to go get a cup of coffee, and then I'll be right back?
Sure.
Go ahead, shoot.
All right. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, little alien's room, and do my own thing. All right, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right. So, Darth, how's your day been? What have you been doing?
Procrastinating. I try to figure out how to work a new software. I'll figure it out. Software. It's not easy. It's not that difficult to figure out, but it's just trying to actually do the work for it.
What kind of software are you dealing with? What are you trying to accomplish?
Currently, right now, I'm working with Live 2D, which is it's just like animation. It's no different than keyframing on a regular video. It's essentially that, but with less frames and parameters.
Got a weird question for you. Since we're getting off of this discussion that we were doing, I got something for you and see how you go with it. Let's say that I were to give you the most awesome computer in the world with all the greatest design software that you can imagine, every paint program, every sentient AI that you could think of. Do you think that it would be possible, if you were not to put your hands on the keyboard or mess with the computer, that over time something would start coming to life within the properties and materials of the system?
Absolutely not. Because what is life defined by a theist? Life is defined as body and spirits. So, and this means you need a body for which the spirit to inhabit. Many theistic evolutionists and evolutionists could consider the brain to be some sort of a computer that randomly assembled itself. It's not. It's more akin to a radio, and it's a radio that simply captures the signal from the spirit, and that makes your body move. This is why you don't have a heat problem with the brain as you do with computers. That's why you put a fan cooler on a CPU, because the amounts of heat due to the processing. But the brain doesn't have this heat problem because it's not a computer. In the same way, you can put endless amounts of music through your radio. It's never going to heat up because it's not actually processing that music. It's just capturing the signal.
That's fair enough. Okay, let me try one more thing on you and see what you say to this. Do you know what the smallest passage in the Bible is?
I believe it's the first. In the beginning was the word.
Jesus wept is the smallest Bible verse that ever existed in the book. There's nothing shorter or smaller than that. Do you believe that those specific words could come into existence without a sentient being or a mind? Is it possible that nature could somehow create those two words without any assistance of a mind?
No, because but even then, where's the information coming from? For example, atheists are not able to answer where logic comes from because they have no grounding for logic, and this is an argument that is constantly used against them. Because what gives something logic is its order, and so you'll never, a name doesn't arrange itself from randomness. A pencil doesn't pick up itself and start writing a name. Neither does the wind just randomly just pick up a pencil. But even then, it's in the same way the music on a vinyl is not off the plastic, but merely on the plastic. So it's merely data that is imprinted on the vinyl. It's imprinted on the plastic, but it's not something that's coming off the plastic. It's not the source. It's simply something implanted on the plastic of vinyl.
So when you hear people actually claim that life can come from inanimate properties that were not originally alive, what goes through your head when you hear things like that or claims like that?
I think they're crazy. I think it's nonsense. I think they need to go to a Mensa Institute. People are crazy.
Why do you think it is? Another question for you. Why do you think it is that when people have discussions about evolution or debate it, they always show cartoons or CGI or animations? Why is it that they rarely ever use anything that's actual realistic? Why do you guys think that is? Welcome back, Lucifer.
Because they're using comic book logic.
Thank you. Hi.
They need to dispense of reality to make it workable. Because reality is singing in the way. How do we get rid of reality? Well, we make it up in imagination land, and then we get rid of reality, and then our model makes sense, quote unquote, makes sense.
Got a question for you, Lucifer. During the discussion with Kent, you mentioned a couple times, and I heard you say on a prior show, that the belief is that Neanderthal and humans actually had sex, and they actually procreated and reproduced. How do you know this? How do you know that actually happened besides hearing it on television or the Animal Channel?
Oh, that's a good question. Like I said, yes, I was raised evolutionist. Humans and Neanderthals show up side by side, sometimes literally in the same fossil pit where they're being dug up. We literally have mummy Neanderthals, we have mummy humans, and they have searched in DNA, and they found in certain humans Neanderthal DNA, and then in other humans no Neanderthal DNA. Why is that? How is it that some people nowadays have the same DNA as Neanderthal man, while others don't? Well, that would indicate that there is mating going on. but more so, it indicates that two different species of human existed at the same time. That would mean Homo sapien and Neanderthals would have existed at the same time, where they could intermate. Did it happen often? I don't know. But right there, you're looking at DNA. Kent was talking, bringing up the whole DNA subject thing. Well, I mentioned that in Setianism, which is sort of advanced Levianism, part of some of our sigils involved in Setianism involve the DNA helix going around. It's really interesting. And so I was already right on the same page as him in a lot of ways. But the main point is Neanderthal, they've been able to track the Neanderthals' evolution. But Homo sapiens, we seem to pop up out of nowhere, and it's inexplicable why. And when you look at the DNA, our DNA now, there is a large portion of the population that do not have Neanderthal DNA. But then there is I think it's like a 20, maybe less percent of the population that actually does have Neanderthal DNA.
So let's say that actually happened, though. Let's say that there was another humanoid type of creature out there that looked a lot like humans, but had some differences in their skull. Even if we were to just throw it all out and say that's what happened, they had sex, they got their nasty on, they bumped in the night, all that good stuff, how would that in any kind of way tell us that we came from the ape-like creatures that we see running around in the jungle?
I don't know. think about how many things guys nowadays want to stick their winky in that it shouldn't go in.
Well, I agree with you.
Could some of it be crossbreeding? All too possible. And look at the history of humanity. When we look into the legends and lore, we clearly see that there are legends of crossbred humans with various animalistic features. Could that be possible? Why not? Could there have been numerous different species of human? I wouldn't see why not. I mean, we have different species of dog, cat, fish. You look at how many, take golden retrievers, for instance. You have golden retrievers, and then you have a black version. I forget what they're called, but golden retrievers, they're just big, sweet, gentle dog. And actually, a better one would be Labrador retrievers. You have your golden labs, your yellow labs, and you have your chocolate labs, your black labs, all different species. Labradoodles.
But
I got an interesting question for Darth as well as you, Mr. Lucifer. Let's say that we were digging in the dirt. We decided we wanted to be amateur archaeologists, and we found us an unusual skull that looks kind of ape-like, but kind of human a little bit. How would we be able to tell the difference between an actual ape skull, human skull, from something that was disabled or something that was affected by radiation that deformed it?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Well, first off, I think birth defects from radiation happen over time. If it's just something that was born that way, then one of the first places I would look at to determine whether it's Homo sapien or something like that would be the zoo. I would go to a zoo, figure out where this could have come from comparatively to living fossils, living records. And then if that failed, if I had to determine that it might have been more humanish or whatnot, I might go to Mutter's Museum and ask them about the deformities.
Did you, I don't know if you guys ever watched this. I used to watch the Animal Kingdom and all kinds of neat stuff on TV about this. A while back, they ended up finding these elongated human skulls where the back of the skull was really, really stretched out. I mean, just like a deformity almost. And for a while there, people were claiming that humans and aliens may have actually had some kind of transition. Later on, though, in modern times, they found some tribes in Africa where they would seal these bandages around their head really, really tight when these people were children, and then it ended up making their skull grow out that way.
Oh,
So it wasn't evolutionary, it was because of a bandage that they were wearing.
actually,
Yeah,
yes
they
and
were
no.
also finding that in South America too. In the South American Incan, Mayan, and Aztec nations were doing the same damn thing. They would have, and you can actually see it in their artwork. They had these big, elongated heads. They were perfectly
What-
human. It's just like
what-
you said, they were tying up the heads to elongate them into a cone head.
Well, not for all of them. It turns some of them were actually genetically from birth. And here's the thing: it's actually the atheists who don't want this genetically tested because it will debunk their whole theory. So some theists. Here's the thing: not only do the atheists not want these genetically tested, it's also the Christians who don't want this genetically tested, because it still stands to prove that there's this eternal external alien mating with human, or that they're their own independent species of human, or radically different. So they haven't been genetically tested. There
I got a
appears
weird-
some.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, yeah, I'm finished. It appears some of them are like that from birth, and not just tied with a stick and rope.
Got a weird question.
I would
for you
want that
there.
tested. I would be protesting it. Not protesting, but for testing it. I would definitely want it.
I got a weird question for you, and this actually goes out to Christians out there that are listening too, but anybody that's theistic, that believes in the concept of God, angels, and possession, here it is. Do you believe that it's possible for a demon or some kind of spirit to take over the body of someone who's actually pregnant? And will that affect the baby?
I heard of instances of people giving up their child to the baby because they're not born, and so they're able to sell that soul because it is not truly an individual yet. So the mother still has a claim over the body.
Well, let's say that it's a fully formed. Let's say that a woman is 6 to 8 months pregnant and becomes possessed by some kind of spirit or demon. This is for Christians as well as Satanists and anyone out there that's theistic. Would it have an effect on the baby? Would the baby come out with some kind of demonic remnants or angelic?
Well, it's not. Here's the thing. This goes back to my definition of what is life. So as soon as a spirit that isn't demonic inhabits the body of that fetus, it can no
I'll be
longer
right back, guys.
it can no longer be occupied by a demonic spirit. But prior to that state, I wouldn't consider it, quote unquote, alive, because it's devoid of spirits. And this allows it, and within this time period, is which allows the mother then to sell that body to a demonic spirit, but it won't show up in quote unquote genetic terms, because it's just simply a spirit, a demonic spirit inhabiting the body. So it's not, you won't really see it appear physically, but it can. But it's not going to come out with horns like the Jersey Devil.
Well, the reason why I put forth this question is obviously we were talking about Nephilim earlier, about angels fornicating with humans, and then those babies coming out unusual as giants or powerful and all this kind of stuff. So I was wondering to myself, what if the baby isn't physically altered, but could it carry on the remnants of a demonic possession or angelic possession?
If you're saying if the female mated with a demonic spirit, then I think you will see those genetic changes. But if it's just a regular man impregnates a human female, and the human female then sells that body, you're not going to see those genetic changes.
Well, one of the reasons, right, Lucifer? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons why Satanists, at least from the Thulian theistic as well as Christians believe that abortion is wrong is because you believe there's actually a life in there. So there's two lives going on at the same time. And I also agree with that. But if someone is demonically or angelically possessed, does it take over both spirits or just the body of the woman?
Okay, so this has actually been a topic of conversation, and it's a point of study when you're studying exorcism. Usually when a pregnant woman gets possessed, the demon, I say demon, but make sure that let's understand the possessing spirit would be a better term. I use demon because that's usually what people reference. The spirit, the possessing spirit, is indeed targeting the child somehow, some way. This is actually a point of subject, and why I left really quickly. I wanted to go grab this. There is a movie called The Unborn, and let me see here. Okay, The Unborn. Sorry, I thought I had my camera set up where I was the right way around. You can go find this movie, and the whole concept is that she ended up having sex somehow, got pregnant, the boyfriend died or whatnot, and now she's getting possessed by a demon or something that has intentions on being born into the child, so that the spirit will infest the child. Now, there's 3 stages to a possession. The first stage is infestation. Okay, this is where the spirit invades your home, it invades your life, and it's sitting there and it's present. The second stage is oppression. This is where the spirit starts attacking you personally. It starts becoming very attached to you. It starts pressuring you, and it wears down your personal abilities to. Okay, I'm getting some sort of feedback.
We
here.
got somebody named Jotan in the room. Jotan, you got to mute your mic whenever you're not talking.
All right, my bad, yo. What's up, though?
Doing pretty good, man. We're just having a good old discussion here. Hopefully you can join it.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
So, Lucifer, continue on. You got to mute your mic when people are talking, though. That's the mic button on the screen.
All right. So the final stage, oppression is where they're pushing on you, they're attacking you, and they're wearing down your defenses where you don't have any way to resist their influence. The final stage is possession. This is where the spirit actually invades the target of who they're trying to possess and seize control of. Now, in the instance where the target, the person being possessed, is a pregnant woman, it can go further where that spirit goes from her to the unborn child. And it could either be trying to kill the unborn child or to, be born itself through, demonic infestation. Or spiritual infestation. I just keep on saying demonic infestation. Demons don't infest. But that's the basic terminology. When you study exorcism, you have to study it pretty much in the West. You study it through the Christian sense, so you pick up those languages. But that's not what I mean. That's the basic concept of it right there. Now, could this be possible? There are stories of it. There's definitely stories of it. When we look into Vatican records, there are plenty of stories of exorcisms where the woman was pregnant. There's different types of exorcisms in this, though, or possessions, I should say. And sometimes the woman has a guilt about getting pregnant or having sex with a specific person. Sometimes she's a rape victim and she, has some sort of hang up there. Most of these possessions are usually psychological and coming from the person themselves. It's a very minute, very finite situation where it's an actual spirit. And this is where you need therapists and psychologists stepping in to study the whole situation. You can't just jump into it.
All right, so Lucifer, as well as Mr. Darth, I got a question for you. It's kind of on the same topic. It's demonic, but I want you guys' opinion on it. I actually made a video about this, but ended up removing it from YouTube and just letting it sit on my radio because I thought it was too controversial for YouTube. You know how sensitive those little snowflakes get. So Canada ended up passing a law stating that they want to open up suicide clinics, and they have the right to be able to get rid of the mentally ill, and old people have the right to be able to end their lives. And they're trying to pass another law that states that minors are able to actually do this as well if they want to, based upon the idea and the logic that if they want to become transgenders or live their own life or emancipate themselves, then they have full autonomy to destroy their lives if they want to with assistance. It's called assisted dying. It's a nice way of putting suicide. What's your thoughts?
So, well, to me, it just kind of demonstrates the failure of neoliberalism. I mean, we sit here and criticize China for having those tents to prevent suicide, and yet we're here at the liberal West is, will provide the death machine for you.
Well, when we look into Austria and Amsterdam and whatnot, they have the Anubis pods, and I don't know if you've looked into them. They're like this coffin-shaped pod that you can rent, and that you can have them set it up wherever you want, and you lay down in it, and it has all the poisons, the toxic gases, and you go night to your perfect sunset or whatever you want to see, your last sight, and it kills you. It's a suicide pod. Me personally, I believe suicide is perfectly within a person's choice under two circumstances. Okay. The first circumstance is you're already dying. You're suffering. You're not going to get better. There's no hope of having a full, pleasurable life. You're dying slowly, and it's going to be your time soon anyways. At that point, it becomes a very viable choice to say, okay, I'm not going to avoid this. This is happening to me, and I'm already hurting. I'm getting worse and worse and worse, being a burden on my family, which I don't want to be. At that point, set your affairs in order, talk with your family members, make sure everybody's on board and understands why you want to do this, and you come to peace with yourself, and you go and you do what you need to do on your own terms. The other situation would be if you're a military personnel officer, you're trapped behind enemy lines, you have intel that could lead to a lot of people, your buddies, getting hurt or whatnot, and your sacrifice will save a lot of lives.
Mr. David Ford, you got to mute your mic when other people are talking so we don't get feedback or hear you scraping your desk over here with the garden tools or whatever that was. It's all good. David, would you like to say something? Would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself as well as Mr. Jotun? And then we'll get back into the discussion.
Sure. Sure. Well, I mean, I'm David, and I've never done this before, so this is pretty cool. But I don't know Kent very well. I've been to his little to his camp and everything, and I guess you'd say I do follow him. But and I am also a Christian. I am a firm believer. However, I do have some questions for Mr. Lucifer. Just whenever I guess it would be appropriate.
Well, we can do that, David. David, you sound a little nervous. Are you nervous?
Oh, no. I've been on YouTube several times. I actually have a Tuesday night Bible study that I do every Tuesday, so I'm very comfortable in front of the camera. So,
all right, wonderful. If anybody comes in here and you feel anxious or nervous and you start feeling yourself shake because you're surrounded by such sexiness, just take deep breaths. Say, yes, Brett's awesome, but I can do this. like that. That's simple. That's simple. All right. So, David, you said you do Bible studies. What is your thoughts about the suicide clinics? And another question for you and Lucifer, since you come
Well,
from.
hang on, Brett. We have another guest here. Jotun, can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, go ahead there, Yoki.
Hey, yeah, no, I mean, I just, obviously, well, I'm familiar with Kent because I saw his great debates on YouTube against a bunch of evolutionists, and so I kept up with him, and I guess it brought me here. And you guys have been talking about a lot of cool stuff, but I felt like there's a few things that I can put in here and there because I feel like well, I mean, I don't really want to talk too much about myself. I'm a person. This is my name. I couldn't get my camera working, but maybe next time.
Maybe
But
next time.
but yeah, no, I just wanted to add to a bunch of things y'all was saying, because y'all was talking. I mean, you guys go very broad with it. You guys talk about everything, and I think that's cool. But I felt like a lot what you guys was talking about recently, like with the suicide, that can also relate to what those cults do when you lead a person into suicide. That's I feel like that's horrible. Like when you groom a person to do something against their own sense of free will. You're grooming somebody to completely ignore their free will, and then not only just to anything but suicide out of all things. Like those cults. And so, I mean, there's a lot of examples of that, of leading people into the wrong direction. And I feel like that's a good part that people should acknowledge when talking about what y'all was talking about suicides and all that, because a lot of people are led into it and groomed into even depression and all sorts of things that lead to down that road. Suicide doesn't just come out of nowhere. No, it's something that develops over time through various reasons. People manipulating other people. And I feel like that's a strong point to consider when talking about these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I hear you there. And there's definitely been plenty of cult leaders over the years. Some people call me a cult leader because I run Satanic Thulian Society and the official Cult of Cthulhu. But my personal opinion is that suicide for religious reasons should not be a thing. That's my personal opinion.
Well, I do think like Christianity, some Christians do have like a bit of a death cultish feel to them because they want Jesus to come back. And well, how do you get that? By accelerating the apocalypse, which is death. That's not a good thing. Like you shouldn't want like at least the immediate arrival of Jesus, because then you're saying I want all humanity to die as soon as possible.
I think some Christians, and I have heard some where they do sound like there's a bit of psychoticness. I just can't wait till the world blows up. I can't wait till it's set on fire. I've heard those types, but I think some people want the end to come because of all the tragedies and loss. I mean, imagine you've lost your entire family and you see the world as a very dark, nihilistic place where you just don't feel like there's any more for you. Some people might think, well, damn, if I'm dead, I get to be with all the beautiful people that I've lost and care about. So you could see why someone might have a desire for that, right?
I say that's more selfish than nihilist.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be fair for the children either, though, at all.
Well, why would it be selfish for someone to want to be with those that they love? What if you lost a child or you lost a parent or something like that? Why is it selfish for you to want to be able to see them again? Hug them.
The selfish part comes up when you say you want the whole world to end in order for me to get this.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and be like, personally, I'm not ready for the party to end. I don't want anybody to die if they don't need to, and because when that time comes, that's something that none of us can ever escape. It's an inevitability for everyone.
Because basically, the apocalypse is it's not the good ending. It's God stepping in and forcing God's hand because we messed up so much that now God has to step in and fix.
You got the wrong idea about the apocalypse. It's not that it's the end of the world. It is a final battle. Apocalypse is combat. It's a fight. You know, it's not definitively the end. That's Armageddon.
Oh yeah, I think I read it.
Well, Armageddon could also be seen as the final fight, but you know, it's a resist. It's something's trying to finish something, and something's pushing back against it. That's what technically apocalypse is. It's the end of one thing and the beginning of another.
Yeah, but the thing, it's like we don't have to go through apocalypse. The only reason we have to go through apocalypse is because God has to step in because we messed up so much.
Or Satan has to step in. In Satanism, and especially in STS, we have Cthulhianism. This is where the official cult of Cthulhu comes in. We believe that Satan's final form, when that time comes, is that he's going to take the shape of Cthulhu, raise R'lyeh out of the water, and destroy everybody on Earth to set them free. Is it going to be pleasant? No, but that's what we think. Anyways, so let's go ahead. I see David. He's been sitting there going like, huh?
He's just jogging his head,
and I can see the gears turning in his head. David, what do you have to say about all this?
Well, I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, you know, no doubt in my mind that there is definitely a God, because I mean, hello, we're here, you know, and it's interesting. I mean, I guess I've heard it both ways. Like, I mean, even I guess atheists would agree. Okay, fine. If there is a heaven, there is a hell, you know. So, and it's kind of big of them to even admit that. But you know, on suicide, I remember whenever I was younger, preteen, or 6, 7, 8, 9, there was a guy that he killed himself, and you know, it's like, you know, and I've always heard stories, and someone that deals with anxiety himself, you know, I mean, you know, have I had those thoughts? Well, sure. I mean, you know, but it's like you can, and well, for those of y'all that don't know, I mean, I moved to Kansas for about a year, so which kind of was really kind of more of therapy, I guess you could say. But that's another long story that we can talk about. But I mean, it's neither here or there. But you know, I can easily myself, I can see someone saying, you know, yeah, there is a ledge, right? You can see there's a definitely a way, like, you know, okay, I'm tired of it. You know, I just want to, you know, end it all. So, you know, suicide is definitely something that's real. I know someone that used to deal with suicidal thoughts, and I don't really know where he's at now. I mean, I haven't heard anything, so I guess he's still alive and well. But he, you know, it's a thing, and it's something that needs to be taken seriously, because I mean, you know, it's kind of like you only live once, right? You know, that type of thing. I guess that really does that make sense? Do y'all have any questions? I mean,
no, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. I'm probably one of the few people that I know of that has seen death so intimately as I have. I've seen people burned alive, stoned, shot. I've seen death in quite a few different forms. Unfortunately, I've even seen suicide firsthand. One of my ex-girlfriends actually committed suicide sitting on the couch with me. I didn't even know what was going on until she was cuddled up and she was dead. She poisoned herself, and I didn't even realize it for like an hour or two. I'm cuddled up to a corpse. And that fucked with my mind a bit. I was really upset about that. But
That's rough.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. I've seen death on so many different levels that, once you see it so much, it's definitely something that changes you. It's definitely something that you don't look at the same way again. So the concept of death, and having been dead myself as well, my whole outlook on suicide is probably vastly different than most other people's. I can understand certain perspectives, and I can not get behind other perspectives on it. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something that and actually I forgot about this. I have a friend of mine that's dealing with that. I don't know if he still has those suicidal thoughts, but I know he 6 months ago. Well, maybe not even 6 months ago. He was dealing with that. So it's something that I do, take seriously, because it's something that, you only have one life, and what you do with it is really up to you. I mean, you can cut it short, or you can live your life to the fullest. I have a friend of mine that says, you need to just live life. I can't remember if it was you or the moderator, but you got to live life in the now, right? Does that make sense? Oh, you're muted, I think.
Sorry about that. Yes, it makes perfect sense. I sometimes forget that I mute myself, and thank you for catching that. We have verses that talk about living life in the here and now, that there's no heaven of glory bright or hell where sinners roast. And I've said it before, most Satanists, they've never been dead. They've never seen the afterlife. So they pay no attention to it. And it's really easy for a lot of Satanists to go into an atheistic mindset because of that. But the truth of the matter is, I'm not one of them. I've been dead. I've actually seen the afterlife. I know that it exists. Death is not, I don't find death. I play violent video games where you're killing monsters or whatnot. Recently, I've been playing Resident Evil. I also like the Dead Space series. And I think the reason why I play those violent games is because I have such a different outlook on death. And I have this outlook that states, death is not what people understand. And trust me, when you smell somebody cooking because somebody poured gasoline all over them and let them up, it's going to change your perspective. When you hear the bones cracking in a woman 5 feet away from you as her own family stones her to death, it's going to change your perspective. Yeah, that's Sharia law for you. I've seen it firsthand. I used to live in the UAE. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I'm going to answer a couple questions that I'm seeing coming up in the comments. Iron Charioteer. Yes, I do believe in an actual Satan from the Bible. It's just he's the good guy and God's the asshole. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I would say because for example, Jacob. Here's the implications of suicide in relation to Christian theology, because when Jacob loses when God loses the bet with Satan on Jacob, whether he curses, Jacob doesn't curse God.
You're talking about Job, aren't you?
Yeah, Job. So he doesn't curse God directly, but he curses his birth. But to curse your birth is to also curse the creator who gave you that life. And so to toss away your life is in a way kind of indirectly also maybe spitting upon, the Christian God or the God who gave you the life to begin with.
I believe Job did actually curse God. And I'm going to point out to a lot of people that Satan won in that instance in his bet with God. When you actually read the story, and I encourage people to go ahead and read the story, pay attention to what is being said between God and Satan. Satan never tells God that Job cannot repent, just simply that even for but a moment, he will curse God's name. He will curse God. And Job definitely does that. And you can see that. But I would definitely say, give me a moment. I'll go take a look, and we'll find that line together, and we'll take a look at it if you really want me to.
And if I may, I do have a question that, I mean, I've been studying apologetics for a long time, and trying to think of a good way to ask this question. Like, okay, for in your mind, Mr. Lucifer, for someone like me and Ken or any Christians, what does that mean for us whenever we die? Like, what happens to us? If that makes sense.
Repeat the question. Sorry, I was actually looking up what I was saying that I would look up.
No, you're good. What happens to Christians when they die, according to what you believe?
Well, we have our own different beliefs.
Sure.
One of the first places people go when they die, and this is universal, you'll hear this in almost every single culture, is they go to what's called the void, or in Latin terms, it's the walls of Erebus. Erebus simply means darkness. If you watch the movies, have you ever seen the Insidious movies?
I believe so. Long time ago, yeah.
Okay. It's ghost movies where a family gets haunted by ghosts. The one little boy, he falls into this weird coma, and turns out a demon's trying to invade his body. So they actually, this is a series of movies where the spiritualist will take the family members into what she calls the further. This is sometimes referred to as the Umbra, the walls of Erebus, the void, whatever. It is the first stopping point. If we look in Dante's Inferno, it's referred to as the vestibule. It is the first stop along things, and people arrive here, and that's when they reach out to their own personal deities, where it whisks them away to their specific afterlife. Some people get stuck here, and this is where we get ghosts, because this place is just a little bit off of our plane of living. And this, like I said, this is a universal stopping point. This is the first place your spirit goes after you die. And after that, it can go any number of different directions.
Well, that's interesting because I've noticed that a lot of people have like horror or like really bad descriptions of what hell is, but also in the music industry, for some reason, I want your take on this and what you think about it, because I'm not really sure, but for some reason, people seem to some people also think that hell is like a big party or something like that. What is that about? Like a big party where everybody can do whatever they want and all that. So
I heard that before. It's where all the rock stars hang out, right?
yeah.
Okay. Well, I think what most of them are referencing is the city of Dis. Now, when we look at Dante's Inferno, again, this is where we come across the city of Dis initially. Dante and Virgil comes across Dis, and they see that this burning, they see this hellish city from the outside. They never actually go in, but they approach the Medusa Gate. Now, the city of Dis is where people would actually go to live in hell. This would be like their paradise. Their own home would appear their perfect home. But where this party that you're talking about, a lot of people, would live there, and yeah, they could visit friends, family, and loved ones. The party, I would say, is further up in the Cupido, the second circle of hell. See, this is like on the fifth circle or something like that. The second circle, that's where the actual party is, because that's where all the people of lust go. You have, even when you read some of the descriptions, it's a constant storm that's going around, so people are thrashed back and forth. But around the perimeter of the pit is descriptions of lavish homes of people. And it's from these homes we see like the home of Emperor Nero, Caligula, and other famous, big hedonists. And so this is where I would say the party is. So there's different sections of hell where different things are going on, just like we see in Dante's Inferno. The different sections of hell in Dante's Inferno has different punishments. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, but what's their punishment though? The people who's having that blast of a party. Is it like
well, I could actually read you the description of the Cupido if you want.
Sure.
I mean, if it's short and sweet, maybe.
It's only a page or two long. You'll find it interesting.
Looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love.
All right.
Was there ever a right place?
Welcome back, Mr. Ford.
Sorry. Don't know what happened.
All right, here we go. So, the second circle, lust, aka the Cupido. The second level of hell is lust. In Latin, this realm is called Cupido, which literally means lust. The circle is only sparsely detailed in Dante. Fortunately, it has been elaborated on by other creators through film and video game, as well as writings. It is from this that much of the satanic description is elaborated. Dante's description. Dante's description of this circle is fairly light in detail. It is described as a place where nothing gleams and is entered through a wide gate. Beyond the gate is Minos, who judges souls and casts them to their appropriate circle of torment. Beyond him is a raging storm that forces sinners of carnal passions to never be at rest and in perpetual motion. The satanic description. At the edge of the second circle rests the palace of King Minos of Greek lore. And through this wide gate is the entrance to the Cupido. Here Minos holds court, aided by the Egyptian god Thoth. Souls entering hell must stand before Minos in judgment. It is not a place of punishment, but understanding. Should a soul be burdened by the condemnations, Thoth will know of it and report it to Minos, who will judge the nature of the person. He will then send that soul to a particular circle to sort out any issues they may have. However, should a soul be free and unburdened by any condemnation, Minos grants them free access to the further depths of hell, unrestricted. If they be mages or practitioners of the occult or some other dark art, he will test their knowledge and mastery of things and skills. Should they prove to be truly masterful, he will confer upon them the nomination of rank and send them before Satan himself to be deemed worthy of the rank and admission into hell's host. Should, however, the soul be found to be truly wicked and corrupted by evil, and should it be a desire further darkness and corruption. The soul will be imprisoned before Minos as he casts his sentence of punishment upon the accursed thing, and casts it bound to one of hell's prisons. There it will either be held until the end of time, or until it no longer harbors evil. As one descends into the circle, they are buffeted by a great storm, a curse placed upon the realm long ago by the Christian God in his attempt to subjugate hell. What was once a ruinous slopes now stands rebuilt and reinforced by several palaces and villas of famous and infamous repute. They dot the cliff face overlooking the pit's yawning chasm. These palaces and villas offer solace and safety from the storm to those souls that accept the truth of the black flame and let go of their personal condemnations. The accursed need only find their way to the sheltered steps of these harbors of sanctuary to be lifted from their torments by their brethren. Within the walls is incalculable pleasures of carnality and lust, free of guilt or sin. One particular palace stands distinct from the others, overlapping the realm of the pit. From this is the fabled pleasure palace of Nero. Grander than most other palaces, souls are encouraged to brave the storms and find their way here. Here, Nero greets his guests with a song from his fabled lyre. He welcomes them openly and with a flourish. All the vices of the flesh are offered in this place, a pure delight. But it is from the overlooking docks that Nero's palace is set apart. At the center of the chasm, floating and turning with storm, is a massive citadel known as the Carnal Tower. I just lost my place. It is the Carnal Tower. About it floats numerous pleasure barges of historical figures such as Cleopatra and Caligula. The barges float upon the buffeting air of the storm and dock along the palace's overhanging face. Here souls are free to board them as the vessels spiral inward along the storm to the central tower. The vessels are opulent reproductions of their former real-world counterparts. From Caligula's Nemi ships to the tragic Titanic, these vessels offer their passengers a grand experience of all passions and safe voyage to the Carnal Tower. The center of the Cupido is the great floating Carnal Tower. The accursed storms is turned back upon the Christian God with this marvel of hellish engineering. Shaped as a giant phallus, supposedly it is the severed cock of Rasputin, the mad monk.
That's rough.
Say what?
Transformed, the tower turns with the storm, held aloft by the tumultuous winds, once intended to be torture those who gave into the sin of lust. From its tip spews a radiant gleam of golden light that casts back the darkness as it falls in sparkling motes around the Cupido. It is crafted in black and crimson marble and gilt in forbidden ivories, precious metals encrusted with blood diamonds and other nefarious jewels. Within its marble sits the four queens of hell, Lilith, Agrabat Melat, Echeth Zinium, and Nama. Together, they are the patron goddesses of sacred prostitution and the grand queens of hell. Within the Carnal Tower, they hold court in the hall of carnal malefactors. This chamber rests at the base of the tower, with its bottom open to the storm and the pit below. At its center is a flat dais called the Stage of Forbidden Sin, 20 feet around and connected by a stepped bridge. Upon it, the queens are entertained by lewd acts of carnality, or hear the testimonies of patrons beseeching their audience. Above and across from the dais is the 4 thrones built into the walls. Sit the queens. Above them, on all sides, is a great amphitheater, which hosts the queen's guests and visitors of the court, which includes many gods, goddesses of love and lust. And it is not uncommon to find one deity or another throwing a rowdy party in the balconies above, much to the court's annoyance. Attending the guests is a host of succubi and incubi, who take their carnal pleasures at will from the attendees, and do so repeatedly and with great vigor, and often without consent. To which, incidentally, and as one may surmise, does not exist here, guests pretty much consent to anything upon entering the Cupido, and especially the carnal tower. Above in the rest of the tower is many great pleasures and chambers open to be explored at one's own will and mild, playful peril. The queens themselves are known for having unrelenting appetites, and despite the soul's pleasure, they are known for leaving souls diminished for a time. Thus is the design of lust, the second circle.
So those queens rape you repeatedly in hell?
Not just them, succubi.
Well, I think that it kind of touches like where there is no law, there can be no sin. So, for example, murder is a legal term. So you can't say there's murder outside the law. You can only say there's a killing. So there would be no rape in hell because there is no law. It would be a legal term.
Pretty much. You're pretty much, the moment you walk in there, you're giving your consent to pretty much anything happening.
Yeah. But let's say you could also take this to the extreme and amplify it to the point they don't like it. Because they want to have this pleasurable orgy of sex, but you can go all Hellraiser on them and implement an orgy of war. And they're not going to like that. But they can.
Well, who's to say that they won't? I mean, you look at the legends of these goddesses, and some of them are not very pleasant. Some of them can be very violent as well. I would not say it would be outside their purview to go all Pinhead or Cenobite on you and find pleasure and pain.
Probably some of them do, but I think it would be rare because, like, if you simply just go, all Hellraiser, then it's no different than the other circles.
Well, if we look at the Cenobites in Clive Barker's Hellraiser, they take pleasure beyond pleasure. They literally mix pleasure and pain. I mean, there is no difference to them. Agony and ecstasy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if that's your personal pleasure, if that's your personal desire and carnal desire, then who would stop it in hell? If you're having fun like it.
Who's gonna kink shame me? Can't kink shame
and I'm going to point out Johnny Dread Draconis. I know this man personally. he definitely wouldn't say no to a female Pinhead.
Real kinky.
Oh yeah, you don't even know the half of it. I've seen photos. And that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I'm embarrassing you, Johnny. I know I'm embarrassing you, but that's all I'm going to say.
How do you think Pinhead's dick looks like? I bet it's Penny.
Who's to say that he even has one?
Goodness gracious.
I bet you're imagining.
Think about it. When you actually read the original Hellraiser, the Hellbound Heart by Clive Barker, and you look at the Cenobites, they're actually described as being androgynous. There's only one that is of a definitive gender, and that's the female Cenobite. The rest of them, you can't tell whether they were male or female before. As a matter of fact, Pinhead within the original story is described as having a breathy, childlike little girl's voice.
It's very far from that in the movies.
In the original. But okay, so let's take a look at the new movie. Let's take a look at the Hulu movie. I've seen it. It's a good movie. I enjoyed it, and I think that they chose really well for the new Pinhead. Now, we're supposed to be believing that this is a female Pinhead, and personally, I think it's the Kirsty Cotton character from the original. But the actual actor that they got playing it is a transgendered actor. Full changed over, male to female, transgender, and I've seen him in other roles as well, and wonderful actor. I think they're a great actor, and I think that they made a perfect Pinhead.
Yeah, that's probably a good decision there. Character-wise.
So
I'm just saying it's penny for the audience, so that the audience gets that mental image. You're thinking about it now, audience, aren't you? As it approaches your lips.
I know this is not one of the more popular Hellraiser movies, but there's one that I always remember. They actually had a chain flogger in it with fish hooks at the end, and in the one scene you actually see it get used where they would lash it out and it would hook into a person's back and they just rip it right out.
I haven't seen any. I think the last Clive Barker film I saw was that Midnight Meat Train. I haven't seen any.
I need to go on a Hellraiser, like a whole Hellraiser kick, even with the shitty movies.
It'll destroy your brain. That'll truly drive you to insanity. It's not even like awful good. It's just awful.
So what are you thinking, David? I'm sitting here watching and some of these descriptions that we're talking about, and you're going like, ooh.
No, I find all this very interesting.
What's the last horror movie you watched?
The what? The last one?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
How long ago was it?
No. It was last year. Saw.
Which one?
The newest one, whatever that is.
Saw X.
Yeah.
Saw 10.
I admit it.
What did you think of it? I haven't seen that Saw movie. I've seen all the others, but I haven't seen that one yet.
It didn't answer any of the questions I had. So, like, where on earth is Hoffman? Is he? From 7, 6?
He's not even involved at this point, I don't think.
Right.
Oh, there's Darth. Welcome back, brother.
But
we actually get to see him.
Yeah. What a handsome fella. How come you don't show yourself more often? You trying to keep people from getting jealous?
The Silver Globe.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's 1980s, but it's that bizarro world cinematography. It's a good watch.
Is it along the same lines as what is that movie? Clockwork Orange?
No, it's more sci-fi. So it's not dystopian.
Oh, what is that? Zoetrope or something like that?
It's wait, that's the thing. They're like European directors, and it's like during the Cold Wars, there wasn't a lot of cinematography coming from the East Wall.
Oh, the Eastern Bloc or the Western, something like that. What the hell?
Oh yeah, I have like drag racing over here whole time.
No, I was going to say, excuse you, that sounded wet.
No, that was a car.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
You do? Well, I like to hear it.
Oh, so okay. We talked about earlier how hell is kind of like a big party where all the rock stars go, right? Or
Except for Alice Cooper. He's a Christian now.
okay. There you go.
Oh,
So,
he's still going to hell. I'm sorry, he sold his soul.
so okay.
He's fucked.
Hotel California. What is that song about? Is that song about?
That's about hell. That's about
That's a great
dude
song,
act-
by the way.
It's a beautiful song.
It is.
The guy is driving at night. He's had a few too many drinks. He falls asleep at the wheel and he wrecks. He thinks he's pulling over, but he's actually wrecking. And he comes up to this hotel. And it's a beautiful place. Everybody's having a good time. But it's not what he expected. And he suddenly realizes he's going to be trapped here. And so he starts fighting to get back to his body. And that's when he gets told, you can check in, but you can never leave.
Right. But it's interesting because, verse 1, verse 2 is all, it sounds like this guy's having just,
A great time.
I mean, everything's good. But the last verse, says that, hey, I got to get out of here, this, I don't think I need to be here, So he's running towards the door, and this guy says, "Hey, sorry, you're here. You're trapped." You
can check in, but you can never leave. Yep. Or you can check out.
There you go.
But you can never leave.
So, it's a very Twilight Zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But it's a beautiful song.
Oh, it is. I love it. But question for someone that might know and might give me a serious, legitimate answer. Are the Eagles a part of the Church of Satan? Because I've always heard.
No. Sammy Davis Jr. was actually given an honorary priesthood by Anton LaVey. And there's pictures of Sammy Davis Jr. from the Rat Pack with Anton LaVey. Many musicians have been part of the Church of Satan over the course of years. But were there entire bands that were part of the Church of Satan? I wouldn't say no to that, but I don't know of any.
Right.
Of course, we had Marilyn Manson. We had Sammy Davis Jr. We had King Diamond. Who else? I can't remember.
I think he froze up there.
Oh, by the way, Mr. David Ford, the guy that sung Hotel California, his name is Don Henley, and claims, according to Google, that he has the Jewish faith. He's basically into Judaism.
Oh shit, that's interesting. I'm not surprised there.
Hey.
Well, they all say that Anton LaVey was a Jew, and yet he was a member of a white nationalist neo-Nazi group.
Well, I got a question for you guys. You ever heard of the Akashic record?
The what?
Your what hurts? You do what with a mop?
No. If you ever heard of
you want to bang your dick with a pole? What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. Seriously.
Nah, if you ever heard of the Akashic records, it's like some ancient thing.
I think I have. This is a talking.
It's like a universal library where you can tap into with your mind and something like that.
Yes, I've heard of it. Basically, it's like a library or type of book or whatnot, but you can't read it in person. You can't physically hold it. It's a spiritual book, so you have to go into the astral plane in order to read it. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Well, what do you think about it? I mean, what do you think could be the purpose or use of something like that? Like, why would it even exist?
Well, even in Satanism, we have something similar. On the first level of hell, limbo, there is the
Nah, bro, Limbo's not the
citadel
same
of
as
human
that.
reason.
Limbo ain't the same though.
Oh, yeah, it is. Limbo is
No, no,
actually
it's not.
vastly
The
different than what you
Akashic,
think.
nah, bro, come on. Limbo
You're
is like a
talking about a
dimension.
library. Are you talking
Yeah,
about a library? Yeah, Limbo has something like that. I'm not even playing with you. This is even in Dante's Inferno. You can go read it for yourself. Okay. I actually have the name of it, and just give me 1 second. Limbo, the Asphodel, the Citadel of Human Reason. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. And basically, when you read about Limbo in Dante's Inferno, it is where in Dante's Inferno, it's where the pious pagans go. So it's a diminished form of heaven. And they have all the knowledge of the world right there in books. And they can read, they can debate with each other. They have all sorts of different things. So yeah, that would be, if you want to talk about an Akashic library, that's where it's going to be.
That's interesting. Debate
nah,
in the
bro.
spiritual realm. Well, why would they even debate? What got in there to debate?
If anything, I would think that would be, if there is a
Excuse
God
me.
Almighty, I would think that would be him, and that whatever that inspiration that everybody seems to be connected to. I mean, everybody seems to be getting inspired in one way or another by God Almighty, and often at times, you know, it might be demons inspiring them to do things and act on impulse, but that inspiration that people can connect to here and there. I mean, look, just because somebody gave it a name, called it Akashic Records one time, doesn't mean it was even something ancient, even more ancient, you know, because knowledge of God Almighty has been known for since forever, and supposedly you can actually, you know, get whatever you want from him, like literally, like anything, like the problem solving in any kind of way, shape, or form, you know,
Okay.
and that's
Well,
and
I
that.
have a question for you. How old do you think the Earth is?
How old?
You said that knowledge of God Almighty has been since forever. How old do you think the Earth is?
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I
Are
don't
you
know.
young Earth, or are you evolutionists, or how? Just give me a rough estimate.
I definitely don't believe that the world is millions or billions of years old. That's a for sure thing. But I also don't know how old it is, so I can't say for sure. You know, I mean, it could be 6,000 years, 12,000 years. You know, I just don't know, so I can't really say for sure.
All
We
right.
got a new guest in here. Let's see
How
if this
did
person knows that. Hold on. Hello, Brady. How are you? Brady.
Hello.
We'll wait for him to unmute himself.
Hey,
Brady, tell us your theological position and political disposition.
well, I sorry for the delay there, guys. I'm actually an atheist. I've just kind of been listening, just kind of absorbing the points you've all been making. So if you guys want to continue, I can stay here in the background for a couple minutes, just kind of absorb, gather my thoughts while you guys are getting ready for me.
Well, Brady, welcome to the room. You are more than welcome to participate in the conversation. I hope you're having a blessed day.
Hey, thanks, Brett. You too.
Well, listen, guys, I got to run, but
You got the runs. My goodness, man. Get some toilet paper for that.
But listen, I would like to back on. I don't know, having a more in-depth discussion on your, not religion, but I guess religion or belief system or whatever. I mean, no, of course, no judgment or anything, but I would like to kind of dig in and see what you believe in, more on. I don't know, but
All right, David, every Monday and Friday at 7 p.m. Central, we do a show. The link's always public. You're always welcome to come in. Just make sure you have plenty of toilet paper for those times you run.
And you can join me on my channel on Saturdays.
Okay, how do I find you?
Lucifer LeGivorden.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Well,
you can look up Lucifer LeGivorden and the Satanic Thulian Society. That's the name of my YouTube channel. If you're on YouTube, and just go to LeGivorden on Rumble, you'll find me there. You can also find STS on Facebook, and you can reach out to one of our people there, or click the links down below in the descriptions if you're on any of our platforms, and that should take you to our website where you can email us.
Also, if it's difficult for you to find him, all you got to do is just look at the title of the show. I usually make it into a link, his name. Just click on the blue link, and boom, you're there. Yay!
Yep. There you go. I'm
Okay.
really easy to find.
Okay. So would that be something that you would consider, or?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to come on to my show whenever I'm doing it. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a satanic high mass for the full moon. So we will be in the Black Parlor here in my home, which is our satanic ritual chamber. And you get to see candles going, fires being lit, souls being immolated, oosh, that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely see y'all later then.
All right.
See you later, David. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Yep. Nice to meet y'all.
All right, so what's on your mind there, Brady? You look like you got thoughts happening. Uh-oh, not one of them.
A thought.
No, one of them
Nothing good comes from those.
No.
No, it's just interesting. I've never met like a real like Satanist. Is that what you would classify yourself as?
Yep.
Wow.
Now, really quick question. You're not going to do anything weird on camera. You're not going to strip or flash your dick or anything, right?
Well, I prefer I don't do that because that'd be pretty destructive to my reputation. But
Brady, we're not trying to be mean or anything. We have a lot of atheists that come in and they think it's Pornhub or something. They want to show us their stuff. I don't know what that is.
The worst thing is that they don't even play it out. They just, go for the climax.
Yeah.
Go for the
They
climax.
don't even give you the courtesy of a reach around.
exactly,
That's
you beat
bigoted.
me to it.
Anyways, if you're not going to do anything weird on camera, Brett, do you think we can bring him up so we can all talk face to face? Because I can't even see him.
All right, let's do it. All right, no nasty
He looks
stuff.
like a
No
preppy
titties.
Christian.
He really
Point it
does.
out.
He's a pretty boy.
A pretty boy, don't say that.
He's a pretty
Pretty
boy.
woman walking down the street.
My ego is already too big. You can't do this to me.
Oh. Well, I run the Cloven Hoof magazine. If you want to be a male centerfold sometime, you can always do that.
Don't
Pose
Brady,
on a
did you
satanic altar. I'm pretty sure some of our gay readers would be happy to see you there.
gay readers.
Brady, did you get
Well,
an
also some of our
opportunity?
female readers too. You look something out of
We'll talk after
Sorry
this.
about that, Brady. Did you get an opportunity to see the discussion between Mr. Lucifer as well as Kent earlier?
No, I didn't.
Hang on, never
I
mind.
just showed up.
Be right back.
Fair enough. All right, well, let me know when you're ready. I'll put you back up on the big screen. So you had said that you're a non-believer. We always put new people on hotspot just for a little bit. What is your views, and were you a former Christian before becoming would you call yourself a humanist, atheist, or what form are you?
That's a good question. I mean, I wouldn't really class myself as anything. I don't like labels typically. I was a Christian till I was about like 14 or 15 years old. And then I just kind of checked out of religion because I went through high school, was like, wow, I believe evolution is true. And I believe the Bible's true. And one of those things is probably wrong. And it's probably the thing that has no evidence. So I just stopped believing in Christianity.
Well, there's some religious people out there like Kenneth Miller who teaches in, I believe, a university or college where he's a Roman Catholic, but he also accepts evolution. So you can believe in a God and believe also that God created evolution. Darwin believed that a higher power was required in order for that. And for anybody out there that says, no, Brett, that's nonsense. Darwin didn't say that. Here you go, just real quick. See, I always have this stuff on hand. Am I wonderful, Lucifer, or what?
Yes, you are.
Whoa. Got quotes for me. Okay, what am I reading here? Another source of conviction of the existence of God connected. So this is the gist of this is just Charles Darwin quote that he believed that in God when he died.
He believed, if you look, you'll see at the bottom where it says, when thus reflecting, I feel compelled to look at a first cause, having an intelligent mind in some degree analogous to man, and I deserve to be called a theist. A lot of these type of things can be found in his book called Descent of Man, as well as his autobiography. So what's your thoughts on that? Can you have a God and also have evolution?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, that's the position of many Catholic many people in the Catholic Church. That's actually the official position of the Catholic Church. Oh, come on.
Well, his imagery was too small. Let me go ahead and ban him for life. There we go.
I thought it was a midget.
See you later there, Brady. Well, nobody was able to see it. It was too small. So,
Bro, that shit was stupid as hell. What the hell?
Anyways,
Anyways,
talking about atheists are
pretty blurry.
mentally retarded. We were being nice to him. We were having a respectful conversation.
It was actually a good conversation.
But he
He actually
blew
played
it.
it out. Yeah.
And
He blew it.
unfortunately, this is the reason. Unfortunately, this is the sort of reason why I don't communicate with atheists hardly at all anymore.
now
I really cannot stand it because
They're
every
childish.
single time they act like that. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. You
Nah,
can't
but
have a logical conversation with them. Sorry about that. Yeah.
What I'm wondering is how can you look so preppy and be so childish?
yeah, no, it's whatever
Well,
though. A good question was asked though, and I honestly, yeah, you can believe in God and also evolution at the same time. It's just, but I mean, you can also be stupid about it and believe in a certain kind of evolution that's not really evolution because evolution is real, but
No. It's not. Evolution has. Let me
people
clarify.
have different definitions of all kinds of different ideas of what evolution is. That's
Well,
the thing
Joe,
about it.
do me a favor real quick, because I do notice that there's sometimes an issue with folks. They say a word, they say they believe in a word, but they don't really know what the word means. What do you think evolution is actually defined as, if you don't mind? I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to understand what your interpretation of it is.
Well, see, that's where things get interesting because evolution has a lot to do with DNA in various different ways to a lot of different people. Like I remember Ken Hovind mentioning like 5 different known different
So they're talking about
ideas
specifically
of
the one-
evolution. Yeah, but I would even say that there's even a more, how you say, a more true of evolution, and I would say that involves the human soul and how people's actions and every experience in life actually changes not only your soul but even your body, and yeah, I would say that would be the true evolution, and that everything else is mutation instead. You know, like with vaccines and how people tamper. You know, like even transhumanism. People will eventually start calling that evolution, but most of the things that people call evolution is when people tamper with nature, and I would say that's more of a mutation than evolution because evolution.
You're Joe, and it sounds like you're going into like a different view that you have about it, but you're not exactly defining it. Just for people out there that are listening, the issue that Christians have, one of the big reasons why there's a problem, is Christians believe that God created man already upright and ready to go. As where evolution states from the point of abiogenesis, you start out as a little booger. Booger starts changing, becomes many different forms, gets hit by lightning, becomes sentient, and starts changing throughout the ocean, then comes up on land after growing some feet and some lungs, and it learns how to roller skate at some point in time. Just a simplistic version
That too.
of it.
That too.
Yeah, we're talking about like.
That's the part that Christians get all wild and aggravated
So,
about.
so are
Now,
you a
see, here's my
proponent of-
question. Here's my question, though.
Okay.
Yes, we do have evolution. Yes, we have all sorts of things. It can be disputed either way. I think the fact that there can be a dispute between creationism and evolution shows holes in both theories. And this is coming from a guy who was raised very scientific. My dad, he was a Mensa, he was a Mensa guy. So was my mother. I'm a Mensa legacy. So we're, it's not like we're stupid people, but the fact that there can be holes punched in both arguments shows that perhaps, there's something to be discussed there that should be discussed in a logical sense.
There can be holes punched in Christian quote unquote creationism because they don't really actually believe in creationism. But
obviously Kent Hovind does.
Well, he says he does, but he doesn't actually believe that. Look, if you were to ask Kent Hovind, did God create the Dalmatia? He'll say no. If you ask Kent Hovind, did he create the panda bear? He'll say no. Do you think he created, the zebra? He'll say no. They don't actually believe in creationism. They believe in what is called Pokemon evolution. So they believe God created this.
I choose you.
Darth, your microphone has changed. I don't know. It sounds like you're speaking to a laptop now instead of like an actual mic.
Is that better?
You were coming through clear as day earlier, but now you're more muffled.
Let me check my settings.
Did you put on your Star Wars helmet or something?
Well, a person could technically say that the Genesis story about Adam and Eve was more of a
much better.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Someone could say that the Genesis story was not to be taken literal and that it was just a parable or a teaching of God, which some religious people do in order to go along with evolution. But you do see the conflict. One's claiming that you come from a single-celled organism, is where you got a book that's saying, hey, God created the man already up and also took the rib from man and created a woman, unless you go with the Lilith story.
Well, the way the atheists define evolution is descent with modification. And all this is really just saying there's a change. Well, no, there's a change. Nothing can ever be an exact copy of the other thing. Plus, it's a mixture of two things, the DNA. So change, just simply saying change, therefore evolution, is very disingenuous. And this is a disingenuous tactic they use, and they know it. But this is used to make evolution unfalsifiable, because change is inevitable. So you can never truly falsify evolution by this definition. And so the better definition, like you said earlier there, Brett, is that the diversity of life forms today originate from a single self life form, because then that forces the definition to be Darwinistic.
Right. Hey, Lucifer, have you ever heard, I think that Mr. Darth has heard this, but have you ever heard of the Fermi paradox argument before?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, the Fermi paradox concept, I'll make it real quick. Scientists claim that there are literally billions of planets scattered throughout this universe that is over 200 billion light years across. But not one single one of these planets have we seen any observation of life forms or abiogenesis. So the question is, if evolution is true and abiogenesis is true, then why don't we see it on all the other worlds?
Well, look at the equipment that we're
Great
working
question.
with. Look at the equipment up until the most recent telescope that they put up in the sky. I forget what it's called. This new one, we are seeing other planets that they have actually found planets that they believe there is life on. That there's been at least one or two that actually look like it has cities.
That's
on
what's
it.
crazy, because even if it's just one or two, that's not good enough, because you got to consider how many planets and how far back in time you would need to it would there would
Calculate
have
the
to be
travel of light. Yeah.
there would have to
Well,
be
looks
way
like we
more
got a new
examples.
guest. Hold on a second. Let me do the
It's gonna
screen.
flash it.
Hello, Zadie. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Brett?
We're doing pretty good. We're just sitting here talking about the difference between theology and evolution and all that. But we are
Yeah.
more than open to talk about anything, Zadie. Is there anything on your mind before we continue?
Well, I'm kind of so I was confirmed Missouri Sun, and I'm kind of leaning towards not really believing in God too much.
Well, what is your criteria for not believing?
I don't know. Just like I don't know. I don't feel like there's anything else out there. We're kind of just gonna die, and then everything goes black, I guess.
So you haven't really thought about this, have you?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I did 2 years in confirmation, and it was really bad. So.
So
because you
Zadie,
have some bad
do you close
experience?
your hold on? Do you close your thoughts to the idea of aliens or other entities existing in the universe altogether?
No.
So why would you have a hard time believing that there's an advanced being out there that knows how to terraform or transform matter?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'd believe in aliens more than a god, because why would all this shitty things happen in the world,
Well,
Good
what
if there
question.
was a god?
I-
Like, why would he
that's a-
do that to all of us?
Let me
That's
go ahead.
do what?
You're not going to put up any Pornhub or nasty stuff, are you, if I put you on the screen?
Why would you ask me that?
Because
Why
I
would
have
I do
a,
that?
I have
the last
atheists
guy
do-
who was on
I
here,
had
he
an
did
atheist
exactly
do that just a moment ago. I have atheists that come in and they do that to me on the daily. So
That's
no
really
offense.
Yep, I think you should try to do it. You trying to do it? I'm
All
waiting
right.
for it.
What?
Anyways,
It's not offensive, just making
Darth-
sure that that's not the
okay.
case. So
well, I'm kind of. Why would? Okay.
okay, so Zadie, just real quick,
Okay.
would you define the concept of God as an alien?
I guess I never thought of it in that way. Like,
You do
like
believe
a
that there are,
UFO.
yeah.
Like, would he be just hanging out in a UFO or something?
Well, it doesn't have to be a UFO, but let's just say life forms are in another world or other universes. Do you believe the possibility of that?
Yeah. I don't know. We can't be the only thing out there, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, how
So
do you explain
why
life? by the
why
way?
so confident that there's no God? Just because shitty things happen in the world, that doesn't mean that there isn't some kind of entity or something out there that's keeping an eye.
That's true, because there
Yeah,
is
there you
free
go.
will.
Up, take it down.
Well, that's nice, Sadie. Sadie. Yeah, that's cute.
I kind of wish she had just freaking up and lifted her shirt and gave us all a show.
I know. I was hoping
wild.
for a goddamn flash. Like, I hope.
I know, right?
That's
But
wild.
then she
So
was kind of
there-
ugly
What is
though.
it-
She was
what is
ugly.
I hope
wouldn't want
that
those
makes
titties.
you realize
Fucking
this
give those
is one of the
two titties
reasons.
2 thumbs
This is
down.
one of the reasons why Christians, as well as obviously theistic Satanists, can't get along with atheists. We're sitting here showing respect and decency, trying to have an in-depth conversation,
Well, that's-
and as soon as their little brain cells start to sizzle, and oh no, I'm starting to think about stuff that I never thought before. Let me throw some tits up there. I mean, come on, people, relax.
The least she could have done was given us a flash of her own tits. I mean, come
Well,
on.
she was
I mean, she
kind of
wasn't
ugly.
a bad-looking girl.
She wasn't pretty. I mean,
I've seen worse.
Eh.
Both sides, boobs are boobs.
Nah,
I mean,
I'll
but
be honest.
cows
I
have
agree with
boobs.
Darth. I've seen better. She looked like a cross between. She looked like something that actually fought for the idea of evolution. Well,
but I mean, that's the problem.
we
Don't-
need to get Lady Vi on here. We
Don't
need
give
to get
these
Lady
people the
Vi. I
time.
know Johnny's going to agree with that. We need to get Lady Vi. You want to have somebody who, if they flash, they're going to give you a good show. Yeah, Lady
Yeah, I want
Vi.
a good show. But that's the thing. Don't give these people time of day. That's why my questions are so aggressive. So it's to put them. It's not only to make a point, but it's also meant to put them down, to make them think like you actually have no point. That's why I asked, well, what's your criteria? Because they can't answer that. I know they have no point.
Yeah.
So if you, Lucifer, and I've heard you say this, and I've heard some other folks say this, if there is a God, then why is there bad things that happen? Now, we do realize that biblically in most of these theologies, it says that it's going to rain on the just and the unjust. It never once argues that the world and life is going to be fair. So why do people believe that if shitty things are happening, this somehow equals God doesn't exist? It seems like a weird argument.
I really don't know. I mean, I never thought that
They
way.
get it from the TikTok. It's, you ever heard the logical problem, people? This is like a famous argument that atheists still think it's viable, and it's just an emotion appeal. It appeals to the instantaneous emotion of those people in doubt, those who are disgruntled with creation and disgruntled with their lives. So it's an easy,
It's
emotional.
confusion and chaos, that they just will not let us win. They don't want us to know the truth about anything, man. But that right there is just straight up confusion. That's really what it is.
If there is no entity or no concept of a God or Lucifer or Satan or any of these things, then the atheist doesn't really have a... Well, I'm just saying that a person who doesn't believe there's a God or an objective creator or prime mover, they don't really have any moral framework in order to say what is right or wrong or good or evil. So why do they even bother? I mean, to come up here and say, this subject that's going on in the world is evil. Okay, so where do you even get the concept of evil? You don't believe there's anything that created evil or good. I
know, right? Their whole complaint is baseless because they themselves only believe it's evil. There is no evil in the worldview. How could you even make the complaint?
See, but that's the thing about it is people just lack knowledge, and that's where people eventually get into trouble in most cases. Because if people understood, how God operates in the universe, well, He's literally everything. We are like in His stomach. No, hear me out for a second. We're supposedly in His stomach or in His body. Basically, no, I mean not really like that, but it's like the Matrix. Not like He's in here and all around and within in all kinds of ways that He's basically, here with us at all times. And that's why I brought up the Akashic record earlier and how it could be tapping into Him because He has records of everything that has happened, supposedly.
Right.
He knows when everything happened at every point, all of that. So I mean, that could very well be the Akashic records. Who knows?
Okay.
But
so let's say somebody were to come in here, Mr. Lucifer, and they say that they 100% don't agree with anything that you say. They don't believe anything that you say, but then they turn around and say you're evil. Wouldn't you ask based upon what? What you got to have something to compare that to in order to be able to make that assertion. Do you follow?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah. When she said evil, she was referring to the painfulness in her life, the evilness that God made her ugly. And she wants to be, because all women want to be pretty. It's controversial, but yes, women want to be pretty. And that's a good thing. But they see their not prettiness as some evil God has done upon them. And so they
exactly. You're exactly right there. I mean, she was just mostly upset that the fact that there was at least two guys here that didn't want to see her boobs.
Yeah.
So
Dorothy, are you saying that she's an atheist because whenever she was younger, her parents had to tie a pork chop around her neck just to get the pet dog to play with her?
Oh man.
Oh.
Basically.
Are you sure that they tied the pork chop around her neck and not someplace else just to give her a little bit of pleasure?
They had to tie up the dog to make her play with her. But yeah, now
do you think, Cupid?
Because they think God owes them a living now. Something bad has happened in my life. Now God owes me a living. It's that mentality.
We can always ask this one if she would, go for a pork chop if it was tied around her.
I hear you there.
Cody, what do you have to say? Huh? Would you eat a pork chop around that one's neck? No. No. Oh, you're hiding your face now.
Depends on who's cooking the pork chop.
I think that's an answer that she ran away. She was like, no, that's just too much.
I hear
No,
you.
my typical reaction to most atheists right now is up the leg of your drawers. I don't want anything to do with you.
There you go. I hear you, man.
It's because most of them are.
Why would I?
So most of them are uneducated. They don't behave themselves like Christopher Hitchens or Sam Hyde, I believe, or not Sam Hyde. Sam, that atheist on, he was a popular atheist back a while, like 2016. They portray themselves as intellectual British people. They just give off that pompous British accent, and now you're a gentleman and sophisticated and atheistic.
Go lay down.
Now you're just getting
my personal opinion is people nowadays, I don't know what happened to people's intelligence. How is it that a guy like me you saw how Brett was acting or not Brett, but Kent. Sorry, Brett. Kent was acting towards me initially when the show started. He was being a little bit hostile. He was trying to put me down a little bit. And how is it that we can go from that to him and I sharing a common dialogue, and yet you can't have that with an atheist?
I think one of the big reasons for that, Lucifer, and that's an excellent point, but I think it's because Kent has dealt with so many atheists and been in so many discussions and seen the hostility and the hatred and the nastiness coming from them that he never knows what he's going to get into whenever he goes to have a discussion, at least in social media. So he's basically trying the waters with you, and when he realized you weren't hostile and you weren't going to throw poop at him or flash your tits, he realized he could have a good discussion with you. That's why things cooled down, I think. That's my theory.
But this is the normal. If I'm talking to another theist, it doesn't matter what they're theistic in. They could be a theistic Satanist. They could be theistic Wiccan. They can be a Christian. If they are theistic, at some point in time, I can find common ground with them. Okay, and I've noticed this between other theists too. It doesn't matter if they're arguing on a normal basis about their different denominations. They can find common ground at some stage in the game. But it never seems to be the case when you're coming up against an atheist that you can find common ground. They won't let it go to that distance.
I would say because I attend a lot of these, denomination versus denomination debates on Praise's channel, and it's what brings them together is they're actually both sides are trying to get to the truth, and so they'll make a point, and somebody will provide a rebuttal, but ultimately the goal still with them is to find the truth of the Bible. But in this atheism versus Christian debate, it's never that. It's mostly about how can my ideology bash your ideology. It's never actually about finding what is true.
Exactly.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. And I really do think that people's beliefs and their worldview and all that also has an impact on the way they think and the way they behave towards others. Like for you, you've got a code. Treat people with respect, but if they disrespect you, then you smash them with the hammer type of ideology. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But what if somebody believes they evolved from a fucking slug? What if somebody thinks that they have no value or worth in the universe and they don't even show up on the radar? What should you expect somebody like that to act like?
Yeah,
very true.
And they're trying to inflict that pain on others as well. They want that hostility to be still within others as they feel.
Yeah, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just and I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Well, it's obviously their upbringing. We just don't know what they went through, because they're individuals. But it's obviously has to do with their upbringings.
I mean, it's one thing to be individualistic. I mean, Satanism preaches individuality, but what they're doing goes well beyond that.
I would say parenting has a lot to do with how things turn out to that degree, at least.
Check this out, Lucifer. Look at what scientists did an experiment there, and you're going to like this. Are you able to see the wording? Let me get rid of the banner so it's not in the way.
Okay, let me read this. Atheists admit their disbelief linked to emotional discomfort. 72% of 429 American adults of self-reported atheists indicate some relational and emotional reasons for their non-belief. Bradley, David F., Julie J., how do you pronounce it? Exline, and Alex, who's, I think it's her last names that's causing all the problem. I'd be a non-believer if I had a last name like that as well. The God of non-believers, the characteristic of hypothetical God, Science, Religion, and Culture, SRC 2.3, 2015, 120 through 30, Web. I don't even know what that last part is.
Basically the source of the information, where it can be found and all that. It's whatever people want to do with that, but it's basically telling you that between 80 and 72% of people who claim to be atheists, they didn't do it for rational, logical reasons or because of some form of evidence given to them. They did it because something bad happened or something uncomfortable happened in their existence. So they decided to suppress their view on the concept of higher powers. There you go.
Okay. So going back to that chick that was here, she's upset that Daddy gave her a dick.
No, it's probably because of the guy that she's in a relationship with. He's stupid, so now she's like stupid too.
Stupid. Yeah, stupidity is contagious.
Stupid is as stupid does. No.
Did he infect her with his stupid dick? His stupid stick?
Yeah, but don't you see the pattern? Besides them being nasty and having ignorant behavior, have you noticed every time we have an atheist come on a show, one of the first things is, why does God allow this? If there's a God, why does he allow this? It's always some kind of loss or tragedy or something. And you know that that's going to be a subconscious question.
Now, here's something I want to ask everybody. Did they notice something when she did that and turned it around to the phone? Did you notice it was the same porno the other guy was playing?
Yeah, that's how I could tell they were obviously in the same room. And I could hear him cackling back there like somebody tickled his taint.
Yeah, we knew that something was about to happen.
But how can you blame God for everything if he gave us free will, though? You know,
Because he didn't.
Everybody has free will, though.
Not due to God. That was the serpent's doing. Look at your Genesis. God did not give free will. It was the serpent telling Eve, go ahead and eat the damn fruit. That was the case. When we look at go also read the Apocalypse of Adam, where Adam is talking to Seth, and he's explaining. He literally says,
"No, they already had
out
free
of fear we served God." In the Apocalypse of Adam, look it up.
They already had free will because then they were able to make that choice in the first place. But
they didn't get it. They didn't know any better. They were in fear of God, and God told them, "Don't eat it," and they were listening to him. It wasn't until the serpent told them a different story.
That was a choice. They disobeyed God, and that was a choice.
Let me
they had free will.
Let me explain that. So, first, you need to define what evil is, and evil is defined with three things. You need three components for evil: the action.
Quickly, Darth. Sorry for interrupting you. How does evil correlate to free will in this instance?
No, we'll get to that. I think as soon as I define evil, you kind of get it. So you need the action itself, the knowledge, and the intention. Those three things. So when Adam ate of the apple, he had no knowledge prior to it, but he did have intention, and he had the intention, and he actually did the action. But the truly evil came was after he ate it. So when he failed to repent of his action, that was when he was truly committed evil. because let's say you're there. There's a room, right? And there's one button, and the button says if you press this button, the whole world is destroyed. A baby can come and press the button, has no knowledge of what it will do, but does it anyway. Is the baby evil? No, because the baby had no knowledge. Now, let's say a serial killer is in the room, presses the button. Well, he has intention, knowledge, and he has actually done it. That is evil. But let's say somebody just stumbles and accidentally presses the button. Well, they had no intention of pressing the button, even despite them doing it. They are not evil because they had no intention. So you need to fulfill all three components to actually be declared evil.
One of the other things
Yeah, that's
too,
interesting.
one of the other things why you can put God behind the concept of free will is he's originally the one that created the tree. And according to Christians, I know this may not be the same theology as yourself, but according to Christians, God created the serpent. So everything that was happening in these parameters was all in design. Some people could actually say that God wanted it to happen or predetermined for it to happen in order for
It doesn't say that in the book at all. You know.
No, but every one of those individuals in that story had choices to make, and they made their choices,
Yeah,
and that
so-
implies free will.
Yeah, Adam failed
Well-
when he failed to make the choice to repent after eating the fruit. It wasn't before eating the fruit.
He wasn't given the choice to repent. Show me in the book of Genesis where he was given the choice to repent and then turned it down.
Well,
Show me.
he,
Show me that part in the book of Genesis.
well,
He wasn't given that choice.
No,
Well, no,
Lucifer is right,
he had to
Mr.
do it.
Darth. There isn't a moment where God says, all right, you two can get forgiveness right now and we'll just let bygones be bygones. No, there was obviously the desire to make this continue.
Yeah. Can I pull up and present a screen really quickly?
Sure you can. You don't have to ask. Just make it happen.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen, guys. All right. So really quickly here, Jotun, you can actually look this up. There are many apocalypses that were written. The only apocalypse that is accepted in the books in the Bible is the Apocalypse of John. This is one of the secondary apocalypses called the Apocalypse of Adam. Now, if you look at this highlighted section here, this is the first part of the Apocalypse of Adam, and where Adam is teaching his son Seth about his origins, and he names God Sakla. And this is Yaldabaoth, the demiurge. You can actually, if I highlight this, you can see that right there. But he says to it, and you can actually find better ones than this. I just pulled up Wikipedia because it's really short, really quick. And easy to
Pounding our
reference.
stuff over there. I'm trying to hear you, Lucifer, but somebody's over there slapping
I
piss
think
out
it's a
now.
dog.
Khalid, quit scratching.
Oh,
It
I'm
is a dog.
sorry. I didn't know it was a pet.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's Kalishi scratching at her collar. You can see this part. They recognized God who created them and served him in fear and slavery. This is the actual language right here, fear and slavery. I was reading this early, the actual Apocalypse of Adam earlier, and he actually uses the term that we served God in fear and slavery. So yet, and I wanted to show you that before. There's another part here, and this would be the final part. Again, this is an abridged, really quick rundown of the whole thing. But the text also concludes with the second ending of Revelations that was talking about people who would not follow the power, Sakla, or Yaldabaoth, God, and have knowledge of truth and be blessed to live forever. These people would be covered, they would fight against the power and be covered in a cloud of darkness. The text then criticizes those who follow the power and defiled the water of life, saying that their works are not of truth. The people who follow the truth will be known up to the great eternal realms, and their words will be called the words of incorruptible truth. In some of the references, they actually use the term undefiled truth, which is very similar to the satanic terms undefiled wisdom that we were pointing out earlier in the satanic statements. The holy baptism is described as being the eternal knowledge through those born of the word, and the imperishable illuminators who came from the holy seed. Yesus, I can't even pronounce that. So I wanted to show that, and also Darth, I wanted to show you are correct about the book of Job. He implicitly curses the creator who gave him. He cursed God by cursing his birth, which still mean talking about Job.
Yeah, so he still indirectly curses his God by doing so. And so
which
I think
still allows Satan to win in this instance.
Yeah, so when somebody commits suicide, I think they might be implicitly doing the same thing, spiritually speaking.
Yes.
We got a new guest, Sam Keene, not like my name, Keen.
Are we going to trust any more guests there, Brett? Do we trust any more guests?
Well, we're not going to trust any new guests during the stream unless we're able to talk to them. Atheists can't last beyond 15 minutes without doing something filthy. So if he makes it past 15 minutes, then we'll put him on the camera. What's up there, Sam? Tell us a little bit about yourself and make it fascinating.
Hey, I'm actually a Christian that had become an atheist for a few years, and now I'm back to Christianity.
Well, congratulations on that. What was the spark that brought you back?
It was really my mother passing away.
What made you fall away?
It was back in my early 20s, and college, and really just going to college just screwed me up, and really messed up my religious perspective.
Colleges nowadays will definitely do that.
A lot of temptation out there.
I mean, was it the teachings or was it the life?
I think it was more the life. A lot of my friends, first friends I met there were definitely atheists. And then it just kept going from there. I don't think I had any Christian friends in college.
I don't think there's many Christians in college to begin with.
Thank you, Sarah. It's good seeing you.
Sarah says, great show tonight. Well, I'll tell you what, Sarah, you know what would add some strawberries and icing on top? If you came in and joined us. Aww.
Oh, most definitely. I've been speaking off and on to Sarah for a few years now. She is a member of the Satanic International Network, and she is a total sweetheart.
So, Sam, what was it that ended up bringing you back? You say that you went to college. People were rough on you. It just made your brain go all over the place. What got you back into the fold?
Well, like I said, my mother passed away 2 years ago, and she was never religious, but she got very religious at the end, and I just kind of followed through with her. I just, yeah.
Sam, I appreciate you coming in and all that. If you'd like to participate in any conversation we have, you're more than welcome.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Lucifer, as well as Darth, I was wanting to ask you guys, do you guys know what a compatibilist is? Because that's what I am.
Can you repeat that?
A compatibilist.
Never heard of it.
Is that like...
Go ahead.
From my knowledge, is that some sort of like a theistic evolutionist? I could be wrong.
No, I don't believe we came from monkeys and stuff, but I don't hold it against you if you do. What it means is that I believe in a form of predetermination, but I also believe that there's enough parameters for a form of free will.
Oh, Calvinist compatibilism.
Well, Calvinists can't be compatible because they believe that you're elected and that everything's predetermined. So they don't see any point of even trying to do anything or put effort. To them, their theistic view is very nihilistic, almost atheistic.
In a way, yeah, I would agree to some degree. I think Calvinists are pantheists in disguise, because they both believe that everything is predetermined, and that's essentially a pantheist.
I have a cure for atheism. I'm pretty sure. I have quite the cure to turn an atheist religious almost every
Soap and
time.
water?
No. You take them, all right. You pull down the drawers and you put there, something on the table. Then you take a cattle prod and you put it on either side of that something on the table and you light it up.
And then they're going to scream out to Jesus. Am I right? Yep.
Or
That'll do it.
Yeah, that would.
But to be fair, you could probably make them, a pantheist or an atheist that way too.
I'm going to ask a question here. It's going to come off weird, but it's serious. Anytime you've ever heard of people making love or having joy in their life or at the epitome of happiness, people always say, "Oh, Jesus." But I've never heard anybody say, "Oh, Zeus," "Oh, Hercules," nor have I heard, "Oh, yeah, Satan." Why do you think that is? Why is it always Jesus?
Oh, I hear praise Satan all the time.
Well, that's because, I mean, people, one of the main reasons people believe in Jesus Christ is because they have a personal and spiritual relationship with him. There are many cases where people just have a relationship and they just know him in such a way that I can't explain it really, but it's a spiritual connection.
Okay, Jordan, I think you're off on a completely different tangent than what I'm getting at.
I'm saying that, ain't no Zeus or I mean, all those gods from the past. You never heard of these guys ever actually, having a personal connection with people. That's never been it.
You do with Allah. You just mentioned Allah.
No. I was gonna say that I didn't want to bash Allah, but I was gonna say that he doesn't save. None of these gods save in the way Jesus Christ has saved people, and how people have given testimonies on how he has saved them. And that's
here's the thing.
There's a difference there, is what I'm saying.
Zeus has no more cults. Satan, you do hear stories about Satan helping people out. I got numerous Satanists in the comments section right now that'll tell you their stories on how Satanism helped them out. I got numerous Satanists in the comments that will tell you on how they believe Satan really turned their lives around. I used to be a Wiccan. I could bring up many Wiccans who will say the same thing about their chosen deity, their own god or goddess. So yes, you do hear this from many different people. And of course, Johnny, you would say that doesn't hurt all that bad. You're a freaking masochist. Of course you wouldn't think a cattle prod would hurt that bad.
Cattle prod on the balls would hurt, folks. I'm not going to try it, but I hear it sucks. But my point is, Lucifer, my point is even in negative ordeals, I don't know if you ever watch road rage videos. My wife loves them.
I love them.
People, it doesn't matter if they're atheists or whatever their theology is. If they're about to run into somebody, they'll say, "Oh, Jesus Christ, where'd you learn how to drive?" Nobody ever says Zeus. Where did he learn how to drive? You get what I'm saying? It's always
I always call him a cock-knocking monkey rapist.
Yeah. I mean, that's taught. That's society. People, it's like, just something people pick up, I would think, in most cases.
Well, I would assume, like in places like the Saudi Arabia, they have a turn of phrase that kind of references Allah in those. The same way, if you go to India, they probably have.
You got to be careful in Saudi Arabia, though, because if you take Allah's name out of, they actually have police that make sure you're not breaking religious law there, and you can't even play music in public.
I bet it's law for the many. It's law for thee, not for me, kind of situation in which the monarchy just pretends to actually uphold the laws when they're just using Allah as a footstool to justify their position in the throne. Because I would be down with divine command if everybody was actually upheld to it. Let's say you couldn't use God's word in vain. Let's put a camera in everybody's home. Let's see at the end of the day who is still standing. Probably
I know,
not
right?
many.
No, and like I said before, I've seen a stoning. I've seen 2 women stoned less than 5 feet away from me as a kid. It's not pretty.
Dang, yeah, that is harsh. I never. I'm blessed. I would
That
say.
shouldn't even be a thing, yo. That's crazy.
And
Wait,
they were being stoned to death by their own family, and they stone people for either having an affair or being raped.
I don't
Can
get the
you
rape
imagine
part.
that?
Yeah.
Stoning your own daughter because she was raped by a dude.
Right. The Muslims actually have this rule that you have to have like 3 or 4 witnesses before you make an accusation.
Four
It's nonsense, though,
adult
because
males who are
usually the people.
Muslims in good standing.
Right. And if you get a few guys who end up basically dragging you off behind a barn or something and doing that, obviously they're going to make sure there's no witnesses.
Where did you see the stoning of the 2 women?
We were, me and my nanny, because I actually had a nanny back then. We were in the marketplace. This was in Abu Dhabi, maybe Dubai, something like that. I can't remember the exact city. So we were in the marketplace and we heard a commotion down one of the side alleys, and it was an open air market. So we kind of went down. I don't know why we went down. That's just the way my nanny took me. And there was 2 women on the ground. I mean, one was literally had her hands over her head. She was on the ground. They were wailing, and just a bunch of people throwing rocks at her. And you could hear the bones breaking. I mean, literally, you could hear the snap of her ribs as rocks would hit her in the ribs. She would go to like kind of protect her ribs, take her hand away, and rock would hit her in the head. You'd see that, and you don't want to see that. You don't want me to go into details of it. It wasn't pretty.
Bro, I didn't even know people still do that shit. What the hell?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they do that in the Middle East still to this day.
I wonder how much of an effective of a deterrent that actually is, though.
I don't know. I mean, literally, I would walk underneath severed heads on street signs and intestines hanging. They literally mounted them up as warnings.
Yeah.
And it's not even a joke. They would have hands stapled to some of these open air stalls from people who had tried to steal.
I mean,
were you just visiting there?
No, I lived there.
Oh,
I mean, if this is heaven's kingdom, how is this any different than hell?
That's Islam for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on in an area called Bangladesh. Did you hear about what happened a while back with bloggers?
No, what happened?
Well, what happened was it was probably in the first couple of years where atheists started to rise on the internet and make videos and blogs and all this. Well, some of them were from Bangladesh, and the Muslims ended up finding out where they were at. So as soon as this happened, they were warned. They were told, if you speak out against or draw pictures of our God concept or anything having to do with our beliefs, we'll come get you. Well, the atheists, you know how well they are at listening and taking warnings, right? They kept on doing their thing. They drew a picture of Allah with a bomb on his head. I don't know if you've ever seen that meme before, like the ball bomb. You light the fuse. Well, the Muslims basically went through the street, kicked in doors, and dragged these folks out. They didn't get stoned to death or beat up. What they got was what you call a machete party. Yeah, where they basically just sliced them up, sliced and diced them.
Yeah, I've seen something like that, similar. Where I was living at, we had a square, a marketplace. Now, I didn't see the executions that went on there directly, but I was there like just before or just after, and they'd walk these people out, and you'd suddenly see, a high-ranking, Muslim with a sword, literally a scimitar, and they'll put one person down on their knees and they'll hack their head off. They won't be nice about it. It'll take like 2-3 hacks to get it off. It's not like the European cultures that prided itself on one stroke, get it done.
No, yeah, right. And that's and a lot of Christians always ask too, even nowadays. They say, why is it that the atheists only seem to focus on Christianity and not the other religions? And usually their theory is because Christianity is true, so they're not going to go after the lying religions. Now, there's a little bit more to it than that. Once you have seen countless atheists taken out with machetes or stoned to death and all that, the atheists got to the point where they said, you know what? We'll only pick on the peaceful religions that won't give us any shit. So there you go.
Yeah, that's about the sum of it. That's definitely about the sum of it.
Gotta give it to the Muslims. At least they're really devout.
Well, they invaded Satanism. I mean, we got atheists all throughout trying to claim that they're Satanists, and they're not. They don't even act like it. They don't even, adhere to the very tenets of Satanism. I mean, I got an entire chapter in my book that talks about all these different satanic organizations and their different tenets, and none of these atheists adhere to any of them.
Yep, there's a lot of that, religions being invaded by peoples that have no real beliefs in those.
I mean, Christianity is being invaded. I would say by the same people who are currently invading Satanism right now. This wave.
Anton LaVey wrote about it in the Satanic Bible. I mean, there's a literally. I believe I showed. Yeah, I did show it before. That there's a section in Wanted, God, Dead or Alive, right near the end of the chapter, is the 2 times Anton LaVey mentions atheism in the Satanic Bible, and he's talking about something called Christian atheists. And this was a thing back in the 1960s. So, yeah.
Hey, Lucifer, I had a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that Satanists and Christians could peacefully coexist? Because in my personal experience, they really can't.
I would say
not in the same nation. I'd say.
Yeah. By the way, who's just asking that?
That was Mr. Sam Keane.
Okay. Sam, I would honestly have to say that yes, they could, but they first have to get past their own egos on both sides. You take a look at Brett and some of the interactions that I have with Christians on Brett's show and whatnot, and we get along great. And the reason being is that we set aside our own ego. We don't attack each other. We certainly could. I mean, I guarantee you, somebody like Kent Hovind and I could go round and around the bush just attacking each other and running each other into the ground, one-upping each other and all this other stuff. But where would that get us? If you set that aside, and you don't go doing that, and just treat people like normal people, yeah, you could get along with them. And many of us Satanists do have plenty of Christian family members and friends in our lives that we deal with on a daily basis, co-workers, and many of them know exactly what we're about, and we get along just fine with them. It's just the individuals that like to try to poke and attack, like how Brett or Kent started to when he first came on with me, trying to provoke, that's where the problems come in. But if you don't give in to that, yeah, you can get along just fine.
See, because I've met a few Satanists or people who call themselves Satanists in real life, and they really have never been too peaceful with me. I try to be civil, just want to have a nice conversation. I just like to know each side better.
Well, see, therein lies the problem. Most of us Satanists, we deal with being attacked by Christians all the time. I mean, I know the Satanic Temple is not actual Satanist, but take a look at what happened last year at Satanic Temple. Somebody walked up and set their building on fire just because they believe that this group actually believes in a real Satan. Sure. The other year, the Church of Satan had a similar incident right down the street from Peter Gilmore's house in Poughkeepsie. They lit the Halloween house on fire. I mean, they burnt that bitch to the ground. Just because it was run by Satanists.
In Iowa, the state capitol, they had put up a statue of Baphomet in the state capitol because there were Christian relics all around, symbols. And eventually it was forced down because of so many Christians and just people who hate Satanists trying to destroy it every day.
That was the Satanic Temple. They're not actual Satanists.
Nope.
Their motivations were completely different. And if you actually saw the statue that they put up in that little thing, it was hideous. It was not a good representation of our belief. I've seen far better works come out of the Satanic Temple. It's to see what they put out now and call it, standing up for Satanism or whatnot. It's ridiculous. It actually is. It's
Well,
absolutely ludicrous.
yeah,
So
but the thing is that there are some people in all kinds of groups, including I think even especially in Satanism, who do bad things to other people's children and family members. And so Christians normally associate those people with Satanism. And I think that's why there's a lot of conflict between them, because they always they believe, but I mean, there are cases as well where they just do bad things to their kids and their neighbors and such things. So I mean, okay, you can believe in Satan, but there are actually people out there who are willing to hurt people for Satan, and that's
Well,
where
to be
things get
fair,
crazy.
to be fair and stuff, it's not really a good idea to say, well, because this group has a couple members that does this and that, because what you're going to find is it can be thrown back at you. What about Christians who do this? What about Muslims who?
Exactly. That's
Well,
what we were saying earlier, where
Every
all these different
religion's going to have
religions
its
are,
wackos.
yeah, they're getting invaded like nonstop.
You know what
Yeah,
I did in order to be able to get a better picture of things, instead of judging the religion based upon a couple members in modern age, I went to actually study and look at Anton LaVey himself, the founder of all this, to find out what exactly is he trying to say, what is he teaching. And one of the things that got me right away is he said, don't be hostile to anybody unless they do it to you. And if your path that you're on is making you happy, then go with it. He was kind of spoke some universalism philosophy there. So I didn't find any disagreement. What about you, Lucifer?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, Anton LaVey was pretty much, he believed and he preached as part of his, I believe it's called Pentagonal Revisionism, that we should all have the ability to live in our own little isolated world if we so choose, that we keep only those people who enrich our lives around us and do away with ones who do not. Anton LaVey was quite the character, to say the least. I mean, he kept a pet lion, and he got along better with the mannequins in his basement than he did with most other people. And I can't say I really blame him on that.
Hey, a lot of people talk about Anton LaVey, but who are other prominent figures like him? Because Satanism existed long before he opened up his church. But are there any figures that you could mention that had some kind of big influence?
Well, I wanted to answer a question before we
I'm sorry.
get off on a tangent.
That is an interesting question.
I do believe that Satanists and Christians can get along, but it depends on the group of Satanists, and also depends on the group of Christians out there. I really think that. I think that as long as you realize that the theistic Satanists have a different representation and idea of it, you treat them respectful, then their code says be peaceful unless pushed. So yeah, I think you can.
All right. Well, now are you talking about pre-Anton LaVey Satanists or post-Anton LaVey?
Pre.
Well, there's really nobody publicly in pre-Anton LaVey. You had Herbert Sloan, who was a minor Satanist just before Anton LaVey. They actually lived at the same time frame, but he was very little known. He was more of a Luciferian than he was an actual Satanist, and he ran the Our Lady of Endor coven. But aside from that, I would say you would have proto-Satanists, people who sort of helped build upon the philosophies that Anton LaVey fully founded in the Satanic Bible. And the way that we look at it is, before Anton LaVey was the Black Pope, there was two other Black Popes of the 20th century, though they never took the name Black Pope. The first one was Aleister Crowley. No real explanation needed there. After Aleister Crowley died, and this is the interesting thing, and I actually talk about this in my book. After Aleister Crowley died, within 1 to 2 years, Dr. Gerald Gardner for Wicca came into power. I mean, he actually became a name at that point, and he represented the occult field for many years. He passed away. Within 1 to 2 years after he passed away, Anton LaVey came into power. And he represented the occult and Satanism for the rest of the 20th century up until he died in 1997. What we believe is after he passed away, the torch passed on to Michael Aquino, though he was never publicly acknowledged on a widespread field like his predecessors were. And the reason being was you had such a rich field of so many different occultists out there, is that it was very difficult to pinpoint one person or another on who is actually best representing the occult field or occultism in general, who was the new Black Pope. And so were there previous people? Yes, there were. And there were some big names before. You had, like I said, Gerald Gardner. You had Aleister Crowley. You had even Herbert Sloan. He's one of the lesser known names, but he was still definitely in there.
All right. Well, okay. But Aleister Crowley, I mean, what's the difference between Luciferians and Satanists? Because what he was doing was supposedly mutilating children and doing all kinds of really bad things to other people. I mean,
no, he wasn't.
Lima.
So he was more interested in getting his wick wet and getting high on drugs than he was in doing anything with kids or hurting anybody.
So he was a Satanist and then not a Luciferian.
No, he wasn't either. He was a Thelmonite.
Okay.
He's what we call proto-Satanist, which means he had satanic elements within his practices, but he wasn't a Satanist himself. The same goes with Dr. Gerald Gardner, who was Wiccan. He was the father of Wicca. He's what we would call a proto-Satanist. And the only reason why he's called that is because there are satanic elements within what he was teaching, but he was not a Satanist himself, nor was his philosophy satanic. Not at all. I was a Wiccan before I was a Satanist. I can vouch for, you look at the two philosophies and they're completely different. But the fact of the matter is, Dr. Gerald Gardner and Aleister Crowley, both of these men influenced Anton LaVey, who was the first, public Satanist. He was the one who stepped forward and put it all together.
And you know what? I think him doing that also made Satanists be have more moral standards in society as well. Like, I don't know, it seems to have become more of a thing that can, like, just as it has, it became an actual religion.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. He really turned it into an actual religion with morals and things that the other people of other faiths can also identify and also respect them, and that also allow them to respect them as people. Instead of always bashing.
And that's the big thing that most people forget. What is a religion? Just in general, I mean, a religion. How many people know what religion actually is? It's politics. It's your own political standard. It is the oldest form of politics. It's tribal politics when you go all the way back to the beginning. And what is politics supposed to do? It's supposed to help guide a culture in a certain path, a moral path. Now, it's not moral to the rest of the world. It's moral to what that culture is. So we go back to Saudi Arabia. They're sitting there thinking that it's okay to stone women to death. That morally, that's correct for them. For us, it's repulsive. But like you said, Anton LaVey was able to take a concept, an idea that had been going on since the 1300s, and handed down through generations through small little cults and ideas and paganistic theories, and then coalesce that into one solid religion and allow it to start moving forward with a code of conduct, with a moral standard, with an outlook and a philosophy. And that's what differentiates Satanism from atheism. Atheists do not have any of that. Technically, I mean, you look at it in atheism, I know they try to say, some of them say that they're a religion now. They certainly, enjoy some of the same protections as religions, but they're not a religion. Because why? Because they lack faith. Most of these religions have some sort of faith, and their entire moral standard is built and centered around that faith. Am I correct? Am I correct, guys?
Yeah. Yeah.
So without that lack of faith, they have no way to really effectively build up that moral compass. 10 years ago, I would have argued against this, mind you. I would have been like, yes, absolutely, an atheist can have a moral compass. But we just saw tonight, 2 of them came on, pulling the exact same childish shit. We look in the news, we look at everything that atheists seem to be turning to nowadays. Now, I know we have Speed Romans in the comment section, who, he claims to be an atheist, and he's never done anything untowards that I have ever seen. I'm not saying all atheists are going to be like this, but the vast majority of them, how do we see them act? They don't have any moral compass. One of the popular atheist figures that we always bring up is Jeffrey Dahmer. We bring him up all the time on the show. Brett, what did Jeffrey have to say?
Eating people is okay.
I don't think Brett's present right now.
No,
I think Brett went night. But yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer had a whole philosophy where he said that without religion, without faith, what's the whole point? There's nothing there to be moral.
Exactly. That's really the bottom line, I guess, in that argument. I mean, so atheism is, people who are atheists tend to do things like that more because they just have no self-worth, and that would probably also be because they believe in evolution, which makes people feel like they have no self-worth. I mean, people feel.
I believe in evolution.
I'm saying that people who believe in God Almighty or a creator, they tend to have a greater self-worth than people who don't. And so you're less likely to do all kinds of crazy shit. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you this.
I mean, the Muslims will believe in God. They're doing all sorts of crazy shit.
But that's because their doctrine and how they are raised, is just.
So
they
am I pronouncing your name correct?
It's Jotan.
Jotan. I'm sorry. I've been pronouncing it the Nordic way. Sorry. I've been calling you Odin. Jotan, who would you rather hang out with more? Would you rather hang out with a Muslim, a Satanist, or an atheist?
I don't know. People could be of either category, either group of people, right? But also be good people and also unique people. So you can't really say. I can't really say because everybody's unique, bro.
I know. I do. I've actually I used to play World of Warcraft with a bunch of Muslims. They cheated me out of some gold, but we did all right.
Okay.
Cheated you some gold.
So Darth, who would you rather hang out with? A Muslim? A Satanist or an atheist? Who would you rather hang out with?
It kind of depends. If the Muslim is Andrew Tate, I would hang out with a Muslim. If the Satanist is someone like you, I would hang out with you. If the atheist is somebody like, let's say the fellow in the chat, poly them.
Well, yeah, I would say Muslim. Now that I think about it a little more, I would say Muslim.
Now, say Darth, really quickly, you'd have a better knowledge of this because you were on the live stream with us on my channel the other last week. Jake Lasky, Kuthian Productions. You heard his backstory, his history.
Yes.
Would you want to hang out with him?
Actually, yeah, because I think he's changed.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you, he has a tattoo going along his jaw that says white power.
That doesn't bother me.
Cool. Because that's not his philosophy anymore. It's really interesting. I mean, he's, still definitely the philosophy of National Socialism, but he doesn't have any hate in him. I've
Yeah, 'cause
spoken with the man, and he is one of the nicest guys,
you,
possible.
you ever seen that JPEG, that meme of like that compares a skinhead versus an actual National Socialist? Like they depict the National Socialist as a gentleman, as Hitler envisioned, a gentleman, like Pow
Satan
Wow.
has always been the consummate gentleman.
There's a saying: if Satan does show up, he'll show up as an English gentleman. He's not gonna come in rags.
Well, take a look at all the memes of how Satan shows up. He's always in a dapper suit. You know, he's got his horns and nice walking cane. And he's puffing on a cigar.
I mean, that does seem to convince a lot of knuckleheads, like the atheists. They do fall for the English accent, and therefore it must be sophisticated.
Yep, definitely. Brett, what are you thinking about? You're awfully quiet.
Well, I was, you had asked the question of who would I want to be with. It's either going to be religious person, Satanist, or Muslim and all that. Like I said, I used to play World of Warcraft with the Muslims. Besides the gold stealing, got along just fine. Atheists, I've always had bad experiences.
So here's my question to you, Brett. What if the Muslim had like a bulky burqa or whatever on, and it was all bulky, and they were looking all shifty-eyed? The Satanist, he had this dagger and a chalice, and he's looking all shifty-eyed, and the atheist, he's rubbing his hands.
Well, are you talking about in social media or actually out in public hanging out?
Like if you're in the same room with all these guys.
Well, I'd probably be nervous of all of them. You never know if somebody's going to go full on retard, you know what I mean?
So here's what would happen in that scene. The atheist would drop his pants, flash everybody. Using that distraction, the Satanist is going to stab the Muslim, and then he's going to rip it off, showing that the Muslim has a suicide vest on.
Oh,
we're all fucked.
Well, to be fair on the atheist, that was one dude that did it twice. So.
Twice.
Yeah, well, that's a common occurrence with all of us here. I mean, they come on all the time.
Yeah.
Shouting N-bombs and everything else. And
I'm just saying, ridiculous.
I was expecting the last guy to do the same. I was just waiting for him to do it. I was like, just give it time.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's an individual, though, and unique. So they could just be confused and just not having a good day.
But these individuals...
I wouldn't say they're all bad.
No, but these individuals share a common belief of stupidity. So,
yeah.
These individuals.
Well, there was that one dude on the one live stream that we did. He was an atheist. He lasted for a long... I mean, he actually... Brett, you have to admit that one guy, he actually lasted for almost half an hour.
Who?
Oh, fuck. It was like 2-3 live streams ago. It was 2-3 live streams ago. It was on my channel, I believe. I can't remember.
And then he said the N-word, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, he just started going all stupid on things.
Yeah, they usually don't last beyond 15 minutes. They can't.
This guy, I mean, he was actually holding a conversation, but then when he saw his conversation wasn't going anywhere, he started getting, just being stupid.
Rabid. I mean.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that guy actually has made quite a few ignorant ass hateful videos. So he came in there to troll.
Wait, he's made videos on you?
Yeah, the guy made videos.
Oh, talk about no life. Jesus.
You got to tell me about these people if we're bringing them in. Give me a warning so I know who not to bring in.
Well, I've seen people in the past come onto my show, and I could recognize their faces by some of the videos that they've made towards me. But you got to understand, I try giving people a chance. I figure maybe if we have a decent conversation, they'll stop their behavior. It never works. So I need to just get into the mode of just saying, oh, hey, fuck face, bye-bye, and be over with it just like that.
And that's just how it should be.
Earlier you brought up the topic of compatibilism there, Brett. when you say compatible, I mean, how do you determine when God says determine? In which way is He determining things? Is He determining things by like He has pre-scheduled an advancement, or
Yeah,
that?
I think that some things are predetermined, but we also have the parameters to do choice. If you were to imagine like have you ever played The Sims before?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're playing The Sims, and you probably realize that it actually has a UI, or a HUD is what they call it, where you can
Mhm.
actually see what the Sims are thinking before they do something. And you have a moment where you're able to either take control over them or just let them do what the options call free will. So
Mhm.
things are predetermined. There is script, there is programming, but the characters can go do their own thing if they want to.
Okay, because when the Calvinist is predetermined, they mean it more in a sense that this has already happened in the future, and God is simply looking into the future, and it's predetermined. But this is a very silly way of looking at creation, because if you say such and such actions exist in the future, then you make reality into a DVD film, or any sort of film, and it's no
Oh, I
longer.
get what you're saying. The script's already written. The movie is
Yeah.
already has its end and climax. I get that, but when we're thinking of
So
this,
you're talking about destiny, right?
Yeah,
what you're basically
kind.
talking about is human linear thinking, though. We move forward and we have our experiences in each moment. But if you have an omniscient, omnipresent God, he can literally see what would happen multi times. He'll be able to know if Mr. Lucifer's going to go left, right, or what would happen in this scenario if he did all this. But still, Lucifer would have the parameters to be able to make that choice.
Well, there's a difference between God knowing all the parameters and drawing a conclusion for that versus knowing the conclusion. So God knowing the parameters is fine and compatible with free will, but God knowing the conclusion, that is no longer compatible with free will.
There is something to think about, though, and I get what you're saying, but you also realize that reading the Bible, it shows you in theology that God has the ability to actually turn off one of his traits. I'll give you an example. If Jesus is God, according to Trinitarians, wouldn't you have to say that God made himself vulnerable in order to be affected by a crucifixion?
Actually, I heard this exact debate about 2 days ago on Praise I Am's channel, and the Christian said Jesus turned off his God ability at that moment, and which effectively made him lose the debate because he said Jesus was no longer God.
I find
Why
that
is he no
absolutely
longer?
stupid. I'm sorry. I know that's, I don't mean to sound ignorant, but I find that, for somebody to try to say that is absolutely stupid.
Yeah.
Now, personally, I believe that God is not omnipotent. I don't believe that he's anything that he's cracked up to be. The Bible definitely points to the fact that he's nothing like that. I mean, you look at several in the Bible. We can look at the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, where God enters Abraham's camp. We look at Genesis, where God lied, and I know you guys aren't going to disagree with me on this. Go ahead and disagree with me on it. We look at where God lied, but then after Adam and Eve ate the fruit, God couldn't find them. And there's no explanation on why he couldn't find them. I know people try to make up explanations, but there's none given in the book of Genesis.
Well, I agree with you a bit here, Lucifer. There is nowhere in the Bible where it actually says that God is all these things, all these big O's that is given to him. It's something that the Catholics and the theology did. There are quite a few passages in the Bible that is very confusing, and I'm not really sure how to work my way through it. Like, for instance, that Tower of Babel incident. It says that while these men were doing this, the angels came down, they seen what happened, and then they recorded the events and then went up to God in his celestial kingdom and told God, you know what these people are doing down here? And after they explained it, God actually, it says God left his estate and went down there. But what's
Yeah.
weird about that is if God's omnipresent, he should already be there.
Exactly.
He doesn't need angels to record the events.
Yeah.
So yeah,
he doesn't need these. Exactly. And that's always been one of my big problems with a lot of how these evangelists and Christians try to point this stuff out.
What I think is happening here is that they're taking the attributes of the true ultimate God and simply giving it to their biblical God, and this is why you see these contradictions.
The book of Job, you guys have mentioned that, but you guys are constantly talking about this conversation. But there's something going on in that event that I never hear Christians or anybody actually bring up. But who actually recorded the conversation between the devil and God? There's nowhere in the book of Job where God says, oh, by the way, me and Satan had a $1 bet like Trading Places, the movie. He doesn't confirm that he ever actually had that conversation. So how does Job know?
You're very correct. That's not confirmed there. But I believe if you were to look into older documentation from Judaism, the Shem Parash would have identified that person as Metatron, who was the scribe of God. He was also the voice of God, the scribe of God. And so basically, wherever God went and whatever God did, the Metatron was documenting it.
Right. Yeah, and for the Christians out there that are listening to me, I'm just being straight up honest. There are some things that even atheists seem to read over that they don't even notice about this.
Yeah.
At what point in time does God say, Job, here's what happened. I had a conversation with the devil, totally out of the presence of humanity, and this is what happened. He doesn't ever tell him.
Yeah,
No.
For example,
he doesn't even apologize.
Yeah, for example, like it says in the Bible, God is not the author of confusion, and even the Muslims agree upon that. But for example, in the Babylon Tower, who confuses the languages?
God.
So it's like it's a blatant contradiction there.
Well, there's stuff in the New Testament too, and also Thessalonians, where it says that these people were so far gone according to God's perception of them that he put lying lips on them and caused them to have delusion where they wouldn't ever be able to find their way back. And that's actually kind of, if you think about it, a form of taking away a human's free will. It's like sealing them like the Pharaoh.
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Hey, Brett, would you mind bringing up Johnny's latest comment? I got to pick on him about this.
Johnny, here's Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Johnny,
going to say that too.
You have failed me for the last time.
I was going to say that. Like, I thought Metatron was the guy Enoch turns to or something like that.
No, he's Metatron, not Megatron.
Oh, yeah.
I just read
Roll out.
Oh, I get your reference. Well, you failed me. It's yeah.
You have failed me for the last time. I'm sorry.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
One shall stand.
Oh my God, Brett, do that again.
What, my Optimus Prime impression?
Yeah,
sounded like
bro, what?
Autobots, roll out.
No way.
Holy shit.
You got an audition.
Dude. Oh,
have you heard my, check this out, Lucifer. I'm actually pretty good at some impersonations.
You got an
Check this out.
audition.
You ready for my gay Batman impression?
What is?
This is the Michael Keaton. Here we go. Who are you? I'm Buttman. Tell your homosexual friends about me.
Hey, yo, that was good, bro. Damn.
Sorry, Johnny, I had to rib on you about that. But no, I mean, that was when you did that. I was like, "Holy shit, Brett!"
I thought it was a sound clip. It was some sort of soundboard.
No, that's him.
What's that one thing that he says? You said part of it. One shall stand and one shall fall.
Yeah, it's a final fight between Prime and the main villain. It's And then that super sweet 80s music.
Then there's the iconic line, Autobots roll out.
Oh yeah.
Autobots roll out.
You got to be more emphatic about it. Practice. But
I gotta practice.
The fact is, you're so damn close to Optimus. I was like, what? I can do a few voices myself. I do Yoda occasionally.
They made so many Transformers movies, but they haven't adapted the animation from the 80s into a film. I don't know why they haven't. It's such a great film.
Well, yeah, they're actually doing that with this current line of them. Look at it. Like, watch Bumblebee. Okay? Watch Bumblebee. The movie Bumblebee. Right at the end, Bumblebee teams up. He merges onto the bridge, and there's Optimus in his classic 80s model. And then in this newest Transformers movie, the Beast Wars ones, they are in their classic 80s mode. The only difference is Bumblebee's more updated to the Camaro. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to merge the classic 80s into the original series. But I don't know why it's not going to work out, because they established them.
I hope they get to like
doing Yoda earlier. Let me see if I can do this. Remember, I'm half deaf right now. I'm still waiting for the sun clog, but fucked around, find out you did.
That's like an older Yoda.
Yes. If I do Yoda too much, my throat goes crazy.
Hey, Brett, that sounded like an older and a wiser Yoda.
There you go. Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to do some of these impersonations with the ear being like it is.
I mean, like, but they really, I'm still angry about Star Wars. I'm not even a Star Wars fan, but I'm angry how they killed that franchise. I don't know why.
I'm sorry, guys.
Who did they kill?
The Star Wars franchise. I'm not even a Star Wars fan.
Yeah, they totally annihilated.
Literally, the Star Wars franchise is not dead. And I'm going to go out on record here. I'm a fan of Doomcock. I watch Doomcock all the time. I listen to what he's saying. Doomcock, Overlord DVD. Go check him out. He's all over YouTube. You'll love him. Anyways, so Doomcock has pointed out that, Star Wars is pretty much dead from Disney. And I can't argue with that. But Star Wars itself is not dead. Most of the fans, most of Star Wars, up until freaking the prequel trilogy, Star Wars was very much alive in the form of books, novels. I got a Star Wars novel around here somewhere to show people. There. Is that? No, that's... fuck it. I don't know where it is right now. Anyways, Star Wars for the longest time survived in what is now called the Legends canon, the Legends novels. So if you want good Star Wars, it's still around. Just go and do what all of us did before the prequel trilogies came along, and even after the prequel trilogies, and pick up a book and read a Star Wars novel. There's your Star Wars adventure. There is your good Star Wars. You had the Thrawn trilogy. You had Splinter of a Mind's Eye. You had the Young Jedi Knights series. You had so much going on, and it was really good stuff. And it's still out there.
See, that's one of the reasons why Kathleen Kennedy was so hated. One of the major statements she said that still rings in my head today is, it's hard to do a Star Wars movie because we hardly have any sources.
That was J.J. Abrams that said that. And
well, somebody said that, and somebody needs their ass whipped.
No, I remember Kathleen Kennedy said, make it lame and gay.
This is an unpublished Star Wars book that I actually bought off of Amazon. You can't get it anymore, but you can find the story online. But yeah, it was written by Kenneth C. Flint, and it's called The Heart of the Jedi. I still have yet to read this, but yeah, this is classic Star Wars right here. Star Wars is not dead. Just Disney fucked up the cinematic stuff. And I think out of all the cinematic stuff, the only thing that's really going to survive is The Mandalorian. That's the one thing that everybody universally agrees is good.
I like it, but I don't like what they did to that woman, and she's going to end up suing her ass off for that.
She already is.
Oh yeah, isn't like Elon Musk having, because it's not about winning. It's about kind of making Disney reveal the vault of past complaints.
Oh, I forget what Gina Carano. That's her name. Gina Carano. She's already suing them, and Disney. I mean, we look at what's happening with Disney now. They're going tits up.
You know why it is a lot of these type of movies, especially Star Wars, went bad, is the woke agenda. It doesn't allow for a hero to be an actual hero. They always have overpowered Karens that are doing this. You need to, if you want to have a good hero, you have to let them get the shit beat out of them. I mean, just pulverized and then make a comeback. Rocky's a perfect example. Rambo. Shit like that. That's how you make a hero. That's why
Ripley.
That's why Van Damme was such a popular guy, even though his martial arts weren't that great. Because every fucking movie got the shit beat out of him, and then he'd come back, and you didn't know if he was going to win or not.
Hell yeah!
Overpowered Karens. That is a perfect way to describe the hero of this generation.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Well, they're the Mary Sue. That's what they're called. They're called Mary Sues.
Can I see your Darth Lord? I want to speak to your Darth Lord.
What's her name? Captain Marvel or Miss Marvel or some shit?
Captain Marvel.
They would have her, like, during the fight with Thanos, have him just fucking knock her ass all over the place. And, the people are sitting back and you see her bleeding and bruises and all that. Then people would have been like, oh, shit. But now
it's the hero's journey that people love.
That's what made that scene in Spider-Man 2 so great. Right after the fight with the train.
Oh, the animated one?
Yeah. No, the live action. The Tobey Maguire
the
one.
movie.
Oh, the Maguire one, yeah.
That's what they did
one
wrong
with Doc Ock.
That's what they did wrong with Rey and Luke Skywalker. He should have been able to beat the shit out of her and train her up and all this, not instantly have her picking boulders up and throwing them around like they're fucking cotton candy. Come on, man.
But she's the daughter of Darth Palpatine.
Yeah,
that was absolutely stupid.
There should have still been some amount of training.
Like, you're the daughter of Hitler. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, but Luke's the child of Anakin, so he still went through some training. Look at what he did with Yoda.
Well, also Anakin's the child of Palpatine as well, technically. No, he wasn't the child of Palpatine. Correction, he was Palpatine's mentor's offspring, Darth Plagueis. Darth Plagueis did something to Shmi Skywalker and got her pregnant without doing her. She had immaculate conception.
What the fuck?
That's actually Star Wars canon.
You see the difference between Luke and Rey, even though they have a lot of the same story. Luke gets his hand chopped off. His buddy gets frozen in fucking ice and by a bunch of pig
carbonite.
Exactly. So there was a lot of fucking investment there,
Yeah, man. I mean, that's how the people, the viewers feel. They develop an emotional attachment to the characters. And, oh shit, it's getting fucked up, and then all of a sudden,
you make a good point, Jotun. These movies nowadays, we are not emotionally invested in the characters, and I will point out one series of movies that did that perfectly. Steven Spielberg's Poltergeist. Go watch the original Poltergeist and see how much you are invested in that family. Then go watch the remake.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge buildup in that. You really care, and it really freaks you out when spooky shit happens.
Exactly. I mean, in the original Poltergeist movies, all three movies, you are completely invested in Carol Ann. You are completely, by the second movie, these people are your family. You're wondering, where's the older daughter in the second movie? Well, unfortunately, the actress got murdered between the two movies, but the fact of the matter is, you're so invested in this family, you notice, and you're like wondering, and yet you still remain connected right there. When all the shit is going down, and they're like shit's going down, like you said. You're like, oh my god.
Yeah, Steven
But in the
Spielberg's
remake, you're
always
like,
been good at. Steven Spielberg's always been good at character makeup. I mean, he makes this ugly little fucking Play-Doh alien like E.T., and I'm literally bawling my fucking eyes out when that thing turns powdery white and it's dying by the river. Like, shit, man, that sucks balls.
Yeah, I know.
It's like it's a sort of the dying dog.
Exactly.
Bro, what
Like,
movie was that? What the hell?
That was E.T.
E.T., man, the alien, the little boy Elliot. And
It
shit.
dies?
It almost
yeah,
dies.
It does.
Yeah, you think he's dead, but he comes back.
Oh,
but
okay.
up until then, I mean, Cocoon.
Resurrected.
Who remembers Cocoon? You're totally invested with these old folks.
Yeah. You remember it though,
are-
Lucifer? Do you remember that feeling you got when E.T. stuck his fucking hand out, his fingers glowing? He's like, "Bleh." You're like, yeah, fucking yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We're not completely absent of these types of directors now. Look at the show Stranger Things. That captures the effect and element so perfectly of the 1980s. And it's literally been called and heralded the love letter to the 80s. I love Stranger Things.
But what's the magic sauce that like these guys are missing in these remakes? Just like
they're putting the woke agenda before the story. The story is the star. The actors come second, and then any agendas come third.
It's like how they wanted to replace Superman. They didn't care about a story. They didn't care about any substance. They just wanted their gay black Superman.
So it's just wokeism using the story as a vehicle rather than the story being what is supposed to be, the main attraction.
Exactly.
It's always got to be diversity. It's always got to be a woman, and she's got to never take any kind of hits. She's got to be overpowered Karen every fucking time.
Yeah, I will tell you right now, Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley far outweighs as a heroine Captain Marvel or Madam Web or any of these current woke female heroines. I look at Sigourney Weaver and she was an absolute beauty in her day, and she's still an amazing looking woman even at her age. And you look at the character of Ellen Ripley, or even her character Dana Barrett in Ghostbusters, and where can anybody fault these characters? These are perfect female, strong female characters who every guy loves.
And I like how they amplify that motherly character by giving her a child to take care of. She has to take care of.
Yeah, exactly.
And it doesn't demote her. It only makes her like, oh, look, she's more powerful for it.
They don't like nurturing women anymore. They want them all to be strong and independent and all that, and having no flaws. And that's the issue. I mean, you take Rocky. We were just talking about how to make a hero. But Adrian is one of those wives that every man wishes he had, where she's out there watching, she's crying, "Go Rocky!" I don't want you to get out there.
Rocky would have been nothing without Adrian.
Exactly.
And like you said, Ripley had Newt in the second movie, and that just elevated the Ripley character to a whole new level of badassery. And suddenly, this was a mom.
Yeah, because
it's protecting her young.
Yeah, it's such that iconic shot of her holding her in her one hand and the gun in the other.
Yeah,
just
kicking. I mean, just lighting up the whole egg place. I mean, she's wiping out aliens. She's plugging fucking eggs with grenades, and then she just lights everything up with a flamethrower.
Yeah, like things we want to see. That's violence.
Or how about this? They're back on the Nostromo. The alien queen is trying to find Newt underneath grating, and you just see the door open up. I mean, you saw Ripley close the door and everything, and you think, oh God, she's just abandoned this kid. But then the door opens back up and she's in the power loader and she literally just looks at the queen and says, "Get away from her, you bitch."
Oh, I love that line. Yeah.
Boom. This just went, the badassery of Ellen Ripley just went from 10 to 1,000.
My favorite woman movie and stuff where the woman plays the hero is Gina Davis in Last Kiss Goodnight. I don't know if you ever seen that before.
I think so, yeah.
Oh man, that's hardcore. And that's one of the reasons why I knew that the woke people don't have the potential to make good movies, because they said things like, women have never been represented or get to be the hero and all this. I'm like, are you kidding me? Aliens and shit, Last Kiss Goodnight, all this stuff.
Red Sonja.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Conan Barbarian, love it.
Yeah.
Quentin Tarantino did, what was that, Kill Bill? Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. Uma Thurman, come on.
There you go.
Who was a singer? There was a singer, one of the Conan Barbarians. She was a black singer.
Oh, yeah, that was Conan the Destroyer. Oh, God, I can't remember her name right offhand. I know who you're talking about. Grace Jones.
Yeah,
Grace Jones.
Yeah, Grace Jones. She also did that movie Vamp. I'm not sure if you've seen that one.
I've seen it. It's weird.
Yes, but it's like a weird combination of like The Hangover and.
But by the time it was done, I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? Grace Jones has got to be one of the weirdest people ever.
Yes.
You look at her and it's just like,
but she's
who the fuck is this chick?
She's very sophisticated if you hear her interviews.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, she's very intelligent.
All right. Well, Brett, we've been going for about 4 hours now.
Yeah,
Are you tired?
I'm pretty sure we're getting pretty close here. It's after midnight here.
All right.
Yeah, I think we burned out all the
down.
topics.
You guys want to plug your channels real quick, and then we'll shut her down. Yep. Hold on a second. Let's do an advertisement real quick.
For over a decade, the Satanic Testament has garnered praise and hatred from the satanic community. It has been heralded as being written with class and style, and carrying on the legacy first established by Anton LaVey by its fans, and reviled by COS and TST critics for its no-holds-barred approach. LeGivorden doesn't just strike the hammer to the anvil, he shatters it completely, and levels the complete force of the black flame to blast wide the adamantine gates like never before. Take a look into the world of Satanism's lesser understood and spoken about topics. Was Anton LaVey really an atheist? Is there actual sex rights in Satanism? What is the actual satanic political view? Do Satanists actually support abortion? What is the Lex Satanicus? This and so much more are within these pages. Now let LeGivorden, along with a few surprising guest authors, take you on a guided tour of the infernal world of Satanism.
Yay.
Holy shit, that's a dope video. Really nice video.
Thank you. Of course, everybody can find this on Amazon.com. It's about $30. It is over 500 pages long. We have all sorts of wonderful artwork in it, as well as just a ton of really awesome information.
You should have included the tits. Just kidding. Just kidding, bro.
Well, you know that Baphomet is technically androgynous, and he comes with tits and a dick.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said that.
But
pronouns.
Yep. I'm not even going to go there. But yes, you guys can get this book over on Amazon.com. It's only about $30. Thank you all for everybody who supports STS. If you're watching on my channel, either on Rumble or on YouTube, if you go down into the section down below, you can support us by either going and buying my book, or even donating to us. We appreciate donations. They always help out and keeping the lights running and all sorts of other things. and just drop us a comment, say hi, go to one of our websites. We are the Satanic Thulian Society. We also have the official Cult of Cthulhu if you're all about Cthulhianism. I have a very unique book that is not very often seen. This is the Bible of Cthulhu, which I am actually rewriting and should be out later on this year. This one is no longer in production. And so if you're interested in Cthulhianism, go on over to the official Cult of Cthulhu website. Link will be down below. Same with Satanic Thulian Society. Link will be down below. And go buy the book.